samurai. Some fight, some bleed, sun up, sun down, the sons of a battle cry. Some days, some nights, some live, some die in the name of the samurai. Some fight, some bleed, sun up, the sun down, the sons of a battle cry. A battle cry.
Howdy, it's your old pal, Tiki the Hut. Thanks for joining me again on another Too Late Tonight with Tiki. We are back to work again, ladies and gentlemen, on our Type 98 AA trucks, or SPAG, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. We got a lot of work done. Yesterday, we got the beds and most of the actual guns themselves painted. So we're pretty happy with that. And now we just need to kind of paint some more of the details on the truck, and I think the final parts will actually put on the paint scheme. Alright, so all the way over here to the far side of the screen, this is actually what I use as my light truck. Generally, if you run them as regulars for 3rd edition, and you put a mini machine gun on them, they run you about 48 points. That's if you run them in the reconnaissance section, giving them the recon special rule. And then these bad boys are about 50 points as regular. Different type of munition. This is a vehicle-borne mini machine gun, so its shots got halved in 3rd edition, so this only puts out 3 mini machine gun shots. This puts out 2 autocannon shots. Forward-facing firing arc, 360. So alright, let's get painting. As for those of you who don't know, there is a contest going on. It is in the Morning Glory YouTube channel, and it's Kriegsmas. I'm actually painting for the Penal Legion team, the criminal that I am. So I'm trying to get a whole bunch of tanks and trucks that we built on this channel together. I'm trying to get them all painted by the end of February. to work on the tires first. Or the tires, the grill, maybe the lights. Then we'll do the camo scheme. I think the last will probably do the windows. Man, I'm just bumping into everything. Everybody bumps into the mic and the light both once. definitely want to take my time and get these painted right, because I plan on fielding them quite often. So I'm sure they will hopefully become the, not the annoyance, but maybe the bane of opponents. You know, so far I haven't seen anyone. First off, I don't see a lot of people playing Imperial Japanese in 3rd edition. And number 2, I haven't seen anyone kind of lean heavy on these AA trucks. I think people are sleeping on them. So, as I said, they're not super overpowered. They aren't like Gurkhas or, you know, Daka Stewarts. I'm not a Wacka player. I just think it's kind of the reason why I kind of got into it is I like my playstyle is very high mobility, no static units, no heavy artillery or heavy AT guns, no medium mortars, no AT guns, no howitzers, nothing like that. All my stuff is mobile. Even no machine gun teams, but I do put machine guns on my trucks. So I looked at that. I was like, what's the next evolution of that? You know, the playstyle is very similar to the GLA from Command & Conquer Generals. You know, veteran infantry, possible, you know, lunge mine infantry to take out tanks. And I'm looking, I'm like, okay, I need fast attack vehicles. My usual light trucks and machine guns, they're not cutting it in 3rd edition, so I need something a little bit heavier. So that's why I started looking at these AA trucks. Hey, what's going on, Commander? I have 7 tank. Oh no, hold on. I have 7 Chiha tanks to paint, 1 Kami tank to paint, and 1 Hago tank to paint. So I do have lots of tanks to paint, Commander. I'm just trying to knock out my AA trucks first because I want to get a. I have what I think is a pretty good or very unique 1250 point list built for 3rd edition, and I want to prioritize my painting. So I'm still working for the competition, you know, for Kriegsmas, but I'm also getting my personal 1250 point army ready first before I just start painting a whole bunch of tanks. Now, all those tanks, they are part of the 1250 point list I have built, but it's more of a meme list. It's really just there for the memes. And I happen to have all those tanks handy anyways, except for like 1 or 2. I went out and got 1 or 2 extra tank for it. But, so I want to get these AA trucks built up. That, and I got them off Etsy. I got the trucks off one buyer, and the AA guns off the other. And they're both actually accurate Imperial Japanese models. So I told them I'd leave a good review on their Etsy page, and I told them I'd include the painted model. So I kind of want to get that done for them as well, you know? There you go. Just painting the tires already makes them look pretty good. Hey, what's going on, Evolution? How you doing, buddy? Bonsai, of course. Commander. Welcome to the stream, gents. Yeah. So it's a very. I'm building my list as a very heavy, like for relying on veteran infantry with just rifles, and all of our quote unquote heavy weapons. Anything from machine guns to light autocannons are all going to be on trucks. And then for the armored platoon commander, they're in what is actually a historically accurate vehicle they would use is a Type 92 tankette. Type 92 tankettes, even before all this, they were used as reconnaissance. You know, they were used as cavalry tanks, basically. They couldn't call them tanks, they didn't have cannons, they were female tanks. That's why it's called a tankette, because it has a heavy machine gun and a mini machine gun. But they have the recon rule. So I figured that's a very excellent choice for a armored platoon command vehicle. So the current list I have is 1 Type 92 tankette and these 2 AA trucks in the armored platoon section. I've rebuilt the list a little bit better. What I think, I trimmed some of the fat. What I did is I basically made it 3 15-man veteran rifle squads and 3 AA trucks. The problem is I don't have a 3rd AA truck. So I have to order it from Etsy, wait for it to get here, build it, and paint it up. I can't vow it because I've already made my vow, so I'll just have to... But it's only 50 points, so I'll just eat the 50 points, not a big deal. But I will be using both light trucks that I already have painted as well. What makes that list different, it's Tiki's Mai Tai motor rifle recon. What makes that list different than my other Mai Tai motor rifle list is the trucks. I'm paying the extra 10 points to take them as part of the recon platoon. So I got to pay an extra 10 points for these trucks, but what it gets me is the recon rule on my light trucks. And one of the big differences is I'll have just the platoon commanders riding solo, no adjutants, no 3-man SMG teams. They'll be running solo in the trucks. So it literally turns them into gun trucks with a 6-inch command radius because it's a soft top vehicle and technically it's also open topped. So that means the commander can actually issue orders outside his vehicle and also have his command aura, or radius, whatever you want to call it. And it has the recon rule. So if I move these units last, like these are some of my last units to use on my order dice, that at the beginning of the next turn, if the enemy wants to take a pop shot at them, they'll still have the ability to utilize their recon rule. So it allows these things to be pretty damn slippery, which I'm pretty excited about. With the Tiki's My Tai motor rifle recon list, 3 of the vehicles, this truck, the other light truck, and the Type 92 tank kit will all have the recon special rule. So it just makes it a very, very slippery force. And the whole point is even if they shoot these trucks, I'm not upset. These trucks are only 50 points, and they're worth 1 order die. So if they knock one of these out, they're gonna feel great. Like, hell yeah, we took out that damn, shooting and moving light autocannon. That's fine, because every turn they waste shooting at these and shooting at my lunge mines, they're not paying attention to my 3 15-man veteran rifle squads, and that's what's gonna win games. It's not being a whack-a player. It's not, devising a game-winning tactic. To me, that's just solid tactics. That's just using fast attack vehicles for what they're supposed to be used for. Again, very GLA style. Diversionary tactics, hit them on the flanks, distract them while the actual core infantry unit goes and does what infantry does. Assault, close combat, and hold grounds. That's what infantry is made for. So these fast attack vehicles are literally the diversion. And they're attractive. You see a tank, you kind of want to shoot it, maybe not. You see a truck, you want to shoot the truck because you can kill the truck. So these are beautiful targets that they're absolutely going to love. But they better be careful because these targets shoot back. Interesting you say that. I actually haven't seen him use his troop transports. I haven't really seen him play a 40k game in a couple of years. I really only watch his battle reports for bolt action. But that would make sense. It's also just it's standard asymmetrical warfare, guerrilla warfare, whatever you want to call it. It's standard tactics. You always want to use a diversionary tactics, be that standoff attack, be it improvise explosives, be it a flanking attack with fast attack vehicles before you actually charge in your main fighting force. That's one thing I've always loved about tabletop wargaming. This goes all the way back to my very first game I played at 440k. I won. I wasn't sure if it was like a, let the Wookiee win, like let the new guy win kind of thing, or if I actually won. But I was in the military at the time. I'd been in the military for a couple of years. And I just used standard, small infantry tactics. And I think it ended up winning me my first Warhammer 40k game. After that, I was hooked. That's all it took. Yeah, if you look at jungle forces or not desert forces. Yeah, I'd say more like jungle or heavy woodland or savanna forces. You'll notice a reliance on fast attack vehicles and motorized troops. A lot of people like to use the term mechanized. I don't know. Maybe I'm a stickler for it. Maybe I'm that guy. I only like to use mechanized if they're in a half track or a tracked vehicle, if that makes sense. Like if they're in kangaroos, yeah, it's mechanized infantry. You know, if they're in Brin carriers, yeah, sure, mechanized. They're in Hanamags, yeah, 100% mechanized. If they are in trucks, they are motorized. I don't know. Maybe I'm splitting hairs here. I don't know. But anyways, getting back to it, because I feel like there's a huge importance between mech and motorized. Mechanized generally has a shit ton more of a logistical drain, trying to get tracked vehicles fully operational, and usually mechanized are a little bit slower to get in place, but harder to stop once they get going. Where motorized, you know, usually they generally have lighter armor, lighter armament, but they can move a lot faster and a lot more independently than mechanized forces, if that makes sense. Anywho, go back. So you look at countries like, oh, good example. Oh god, I'm gonna nerd out here. If you look at like Mexico's cavalry, they don't really have tanks, but they have a shit ton of like armored assault vehicles would be the best term to use for it. They also have an absolute massive motorized police force to patrol the roads, you know, trying to stem smuggling and trafficking and stuff like that. Same thing if you look at like Colombia's motorized force, you know, patrolling their roads. You look at the South African Defense Force, you know, you look at a lot of their vehicles, much more reliant upon motorized and wheeled vehicles than they are mechanized. Who's another good one? Oh, the Philippines and Thailand. Yeah, they still use light tanks to this day. They use like the old British Scorpion line of tanks. You know, the Scorpion, the Sultan, the Samaritan, the Samson, that whole thing. They were rubber. It's interesting when I talk about mechanized versus motorized. So the Scorpion was a rubber. It was a tracked vehicle, but it had a rubber track and it had like a Porsche engine. They're very fast little light tanks, and they basically use that chassis to make all sorts of types of models. There's a command model, there was a autocannon model that was pretty good for anti-aircraft, there was a medevac model, there was a recovery model, like a wrecker style. It's really interesting. One thing I will give, I thought this was a rule in 2nd edition, maybe it wasn't, but I know it's a rule in 3rd edition. I'm glad it's in. I'm glad they gave motorized vehicles a leg up. The bonus for being on a road only applies to motorized vehicles, and I love that. Because, you know, with all these points increase and it being easier to bring so many tanks, if they gave tanks the benefit of being on roads, that defeats the purpose of being tanks. So that's one of the things. If you start on a road and I give the advance order, this guy's going up the road pretty fast. Because it's only an advance order, he can still shoot 2 shots out of his autocannon. Yeah, he'll get -1 to hit, but boo-hoo. You know, he's still pumping out 2 shots. I'm okay. For 50 points, I'm okay with that. Yeah, so it's kind of a really fun time. I'm not gonna lie, it's a fun time to be Imperial Japanese Army player and Imperial Japanese player for bolt action, only because we got the shit beat out of us with the Nerf hammer. So we don't have our bonsai. Our lunge mines, our primary anti-tank weapon, is no longer as effective as it used to be because of the bonsai nerf. Close combat was completely changed to benefit shooting personnel. So, you know, we're no longer as effective at close combat as it used to be. That used to be our fight ender, was close combat. So we've had to completely revolutionize how we fight, which, again, in my GWAT veteran brain triggers, you know, again, the cyclical nature that is asymmetrical warfare. You know, you go back to operations in Afghanistan, you can pick whether the British invaded, the Soviets invaded, or the US invaded, it doesn't matter. Is the warfare is cyclical. Something that's always happens, you know, once they come up with a tactic, once the occupying force finds that tactic and beats it, they just change their tactic again, forcing the occupying force to completely retool all of their vehicles and equipment and tactics to fight this new threat. And then once they do that, a couple years later, they revert back to the old tactic because it's all new people and country. So you have to go back to the old style. So warfare is cyclical. So same thing here. Once they changed the Banzai rule, the close assault rule, and all this other kind of stuff, it allows us, the Imperial Japanese Army Navy players, to become cyclical. You know, like, okay, let's find a new tactic. You know, we'll come up with a whole new tactic and we'll get this awesome before anybody else sees it coming. Because again, no one's expecting anything to come from the Imperial Japanese Army or Navy in 3rd edition. Yeah, I think I talked about it a couple streams ago. There's a triangle built off the 3 T's: tactics, tools, and timing. So they absolutely took away a lot of our tools. So what that means is we have to up our timing is not going to go anywhere. You know, we only have so many matches. You know, we need to spring our traps well. That's why I think we're talking on Morning's channel the other day about, you know, not getting people with gotchas. I think there's a huge difference between an unfair gotcha and taking advantage of, you know, ambushes and things like that, you know. So that's where timing comes into play, making sure you activate the right unit in the right order. For us, it's important. You can't just pull whatever unit you want. I mean, you can, but if you're trying to get the most out of your units, you have to activate them correctly. A great example, paying the extra 10 points to put recon on my trucks. I'm going to activate these last, because the last part of that turn, they can run, shoot, do whatever they want, and then the next turn, their order dice goes away. So if somebody wants to take a pop shot at what they think is a soft-skinned vehicle, it's got recon, so it's just going to motor away if it can. So like I said, yeah, they take away your tools. You have to not overcompensate, but you have to compensate for your lack of tools with increased timing and tactics. So same thing. We're all, I'd say all of us are not very many, but Imperial Japanese players are trying to, and Imperial Japanese Navy players are trying to come up with new tactics. Me, I'm leaning into my already dominant playstyle of GLA. So I'm trying to go full GLA by using more light-skinned, I say light-skinned, soft-skinned, and soft-top. I use all 3 of these terms interchangeable. When I mention these terms, soft-skinned, light-skinned, or soft-top, it's just referring to a vehicle that's not armored. That's all it is. So I think in the book they call it, what do they call it? I think they call it soft-skinned. I think that's the again, these books are written in the UK, so I think that's the British vernacular for it. I've always, again, in the service, I've heard it referred to as light skin, soft skin, or what we generally use is soft top. Soft top isn't just a convertible. To us, a soft top was an unarmored vehicle. So if you're like in a soft top 4x4, that means you're in a truck or a Jeep or something like that, or a Humvee that has no armor, right? Not really a convertible. Anything's convertible if you have enough time and the right tools. But anyways, yeah, I'm leaning more towards soft top, fast attack vehicles, and just good, solid veteran infantry. My goal always is to be the player I want to play. You know, be a friendly guy. But like I said, stick to my tactics. I can honestly tell you right now. If the name of my army list that I print out says Tiki's Mai Tai Motor Rifle Recon, and I point out, and this is why I pay very close attention. So when I play, one of the things I like to not really enforce, because it sounds so brutal, you know. One thing I like to rely on is having printouts of your army. You know, doesn't matter if you make it on Easy Army or the Warlord app. You know, print your list, and you always have a list available for your opponent. And before the match, you take the time. This is also how you kind of show off your vehicles and show off your models. You can always compliment people's paint jobs because they always look really good. But I pay attention to what an enemy has. You know, I want to see the composition of his force. I want to see his con ops. You know. And when he gives me his list, I can look at his stuff like, okay, this guy's taking, okay, these are vets. I'll ask him now and I'm like, hey, which one of these are vets? Which one of these are regular? I think that's fine to ask because that can be kind of hard to show on a model. But if I tell you which trucks are recon, and I may actually get like a little bit of camo netting to put on the trucks that have recon just to be like extra fair, I'm not going to remind someone multiple times they have recon. You know what I mean? Because I feel like that gives up that advantage. Why am I paying the extra 10 points? Why am I taking a reconnaissance platoon if I have to keep... To me, it's so funny because when Morning talked about it, I fundamentally disagreed in a polite way. But I was just like, what is the point of a reconnaissance platoon if you have to keep telling people you're reconnaissance? You know, like that defeats literally the nature of reconnaissance. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, I brought in, it's the same thing where I'm not gonna, if I have an infiltrating unit, you know, I'm not gonna, I don't know. I feel like sometimes telling people these things, and I have no problem being a friendly guy. Someone's having a friendly game, of course. I'm not gonna be a wacko. I'm not gonna withhold information. You know, if you ask, I'll definitely tell you. You know, but I'm not gonna offer up that information. You know, I've already given you an army list. I've already kind of pointed them out. You know. And you'll make the mistake once, that's fine, you probably won't make it again. No big deal. But I don't think I'm gonna be in the business of, you know, parroting repeatedly that these trucks have recon, so don't shoot at them. You know, I don't know, I feel like that's weird. It's the same thing when, I think it was talking about units in ambush, and I had this happen to me in my first bolt action game. So I pointed out which of my guys in my squad had the light machine gun, and the model also has a light machine gun. This is why WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get, is so important with bolt action. The reason why it's so important is so someone can look and be like, hey, if someone moves close to this truck right here, like we'll say this little light truck right here, if somebody, you know, let's say I have my Kimpatai officer in the truck, and somebody moves up their small 3-person, I don't know, we'll call it like a air observer team, right? And I tell them, like, yes, my Kimpatai officer is riding in the truck. You know, I tell them that. They can see my Kimpatai officer in the truck. And more importantly, they can see the truck has a medium machine gun. These things are all modeled and painted and on the tabletop, right? So if they move up... Oh, sorry, you can't quite see that. So if they move up their air observer team, just because it's like an easy 3-person team to think about, right? So they move this 3-person team, they're like, hey, I'm closer to you than your troop is, because they forget this model's running in the truck, you know, so your truck's destroyed. I'm like, no, it's not. You know, there's person, and they in their turn there, I'm like, no, there's a person in the truck. And I clearly stated that, you can see the model. Or we'll push these guys back a little bit. Let's say they shoot at the truck and they miss. You know, let me make this a little bit better of a demonstration. Here we go. So let's say they shoot at the truck, you know, they don't get that 6 they need for whatever reason. Okay, cool, whatever. And then the truck shoots back at them. They're like, oh, hey, whoa, that's not fair. We didn't know the truck had a gun. I'm like, okay, I pointed out when I showed you my list at the start of the game, I gave you a list of all of my models and all their weapons upgrades that I paid my points for. I also paid real money, you know, in time and effort for the machine gun. I put it on the truck. I painted it. You know, it's on the board. You can't, to me, you can't complain. Now, if you forget, that's fine. And we can talk like, oh man, I wouldn't have done that. Can I have a redo? Maybe. You know, if you ask, maybe we'll talk about it. But I don't like when people make mistakes like that. Because I had a model that had a machine gun on him, you know, and I pointed it out. So I set that unit on ambush, on an ambush order. Anyways, he comes running right by that unit. So I'm like, okay, they're going to shoot you while you're moving. He's like, why? I was like, they're on ambush. It's like, oh, okay, it's just a couple of rifles, like, and a light machine gun. He's like, oh, that's not fair. I was like, what do you mean it's not fair? It's like, well, if I'd known there was a light machine gun in that squad and they were on ambush, I wouldn't have ran right past them. And so some people like to remind people that their units are on ambush, like, oh, hey, if you do that, I'll be able to shoot you. If you're doing a teaching game, that's fine. But this is still tactical wargaming, so if it's not a teaching game and you both know how to play the game, then I'm like, you literally... So, for those of you who don't know, I don't have one handy, I'm sorry. Oh, I wish I had one handy. If you're not used to bolt action, if you're on ambush, you put a die right here that says ambush. Like if your unit goes down, there's a dice that says down. If your unit advance, it says advance. If they're on ambush, there's a die right here, and it will say ambush. So I don't feel like I should specify past that. Yeah, so that's a great point. Commander, you nailed it. That's one thing I didn't really like too much about Warhammer 40k, and there's nothing wrong with Warhammer 40k. I will always say that. If people like it, they like it. That's awesome. What was hard for me is I like playing Guard. So I liked playing against Space Marines or even Chaos Space Marines or stuff like that because I could still see what they had. Some guy carrying around what looked like a heavy machine gun was probably a heavy machine gun. Cool, awesome, I can do with that. I didn't like fighting Tyranids because I could never figure out what a Tyranid was. You know, this just looked like a bug crawling on his legs, but somehow one of his legs turned into a gun. It's weird. I had no idea what were on Tyranids. One thing I don't... how do I say this? I feel like modern day wargaming, one of the things I feel like it kind of leads you into doing is in order to catch someone else's mistake or to prevent someone else from cheating or just from being a wacka, you have to know everybody's rule set. Otherwise, they'll abuse that. So I don't like to do it. I like just to know my army's rule set. You know your army's rule set. We show up and we play and we have fun. That's always kind of been my style. Now, because I love Conflict 47 so much, I'm having to learn every army's rule set, so it kind of helps a lot more. I'm not going to lie. You know. But it's kind of like a gentleman or a general person's agreement that you know your army's rules, you know, and you play it right, which is why one of my other big rules, this is something I'm a live by the trade, die by the trade guy, and I'm also a paper book. Always have a rule book. Going back to older bolt action, if you didn't have the rule book for a certain unit, I was always a fan that you couldn't field the unit. I mean, okay, so with that evolution, I agree too. Not to split hairs, but if someone wants to try something like, hey man, I know this guy is a what's a good example? Okay, I got one. If someone has a Piat team, right? But he's like, hey, I want to run this as a bazooka team. And there's no other Piat teams and no other bazooka teams. I'm like, okay, cool, but I'll ask him a favor. I'm like, okay, I'm cool with that. You can run your Piat guys as a bazooka guy if your army allows and if you paid the points, you know, if it's on your paper. Just do me a favor and remind me that it's a bazooka team. And usually they're okay with that. What I'm not cool with is if someone has two flamethrower teams and they say, hey, this one flamethrower team is a bazooka team. That's where I draw the line. I'm like, man, there's two flamethrower teams. That's going to get confusing. But just do me a favor. Go get a toothpick. Get a toothpick, paint it green, and just put a little bit of like tape or like sticky tack and just put it on one dude's shoulder. That way I know, I say it doesn't have to be pretty, but just a little bit of effort on your part to make it WYSIWYG makes it a lot better on my side, you know? So if you want to run if you have two flamethrower teams, you want to run as a bazooka team, literally the minimum you could do is get a toothpick or a Q-tip, cut off the ends, paint it green, and just tape it to a guy's shoulder. Like, work with me here, you know? You gotta work with me. Oh, I can only imagine how 40k is now that there's no points cost. Now that everything is just, you know, all war gears available, you know, at a set price. Oof. That's interesting. Yeah, so even though I'm not a very good, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not the best at modeling or painting, I try and make all my units look like my units from a distance. Like, even this, you're like, what's this, like, schoolgirl, you know, I was like, hey, this is my Kibatai officer. It looks different from every other unit on my board, and you can clearly see that fucking submachine gun in her hand. So I'm like, hey, she's going to shoot you with a submachine gun. You're like, yeah, that tracks. That makes sense. All right. You know, let me shoot that person. Same thing. That's why I like putting my people in the truck to remind them that there's someone in the truck. You know? So the other thing too is digital rules. The problem with digital rules is again, this is Tiki being a dinosaur, right? I'm an old man. So when you do digital rules at a tabletop, and this comes from being a huge D&D guy, right? That's why I didn't like digital stuff. When you do digital, once someone picks up their phone, you have just opened up Pandora's box. Because once they have the phone open, they're not just going to use. I'm being honest here. I don't think they're going to limit themselves at just the rulebook they have on Kindle app, right? I think they're going to use anything they can find on the internet. They're going to text a friend. They're going to look up on Reddit. They're going to look up on, Wikipedia. And then you get in the situation where, like, okay, what am I going to allow? What am I not going to allow? Okay, no, we're not going to use Wikipedia. No, you have to keep telling your opponent no. I think it's a conversation you don't even have to have. If you show up with the rules, the same thing. I print out the FAQ before I go to an event. I log in, I check the most current FAQ part of the website, and I print it. If there's a new rule that drops on my drive to the game, I'm not going to use it. I'm be like, I'm sorry, I printed off the FAQ as of this time and date. Whatever rules I bring to the table in physical form, these are the rules, we'll be using. There's the event rules and tournament rules, and then I brought the books, and I brought the latest FAQ from the second I printed it, which was like 2 hours ago. This is what we're running. We're running with what's here on the table in paper. Just like you wouldn't use a digital unit, you're not going to use a digital model. It's like, well, I have a picture of a model that my friend has. Can I use that? It's not on the tabletop. No. Hey, I rolled a 6 on a dice back at my house once. Can I use that 6? No, roll the dice on the table. So to me, it's the same thing with the rules. It's like, oh, well, there was once this supplement that had, a great example for the Imperial Japanese. It's like, one of the campaign books allows you to take a lone machine gunner as a sniper. You can take a sniper as a lone model and give them a machine gun, which is historically accurate, surprisingly, the Type 96. But I don't have that book on me. I'm not gonna bust it out and use it. I'm like, it's in a rule book somewhere. Just trust me. Nah. It's always been my opinion that that's why tabletop wargaming is so relaxing and fun for so many people. It's not that we don't trust each other, right? Like, I don't know you guys very well, but I would trust you. I'd trust to play a game with Commander, Evolution, and you guys, right? But the cool thing about what I think is fundamental about tabletop wargaming, and it even goes back to D&D, is you rolled your dice in front of people. That kept everybody honest. You didn't have to trust what someone's roll was because you could see it yourself. And that just alleviates the ability of, hey, do I trust this person or do I not trust this person? It allows you to let your guard down because you're rolling your dice right in front of each other. Same thing when you show each other your models and when you show each other your army list ahead of time. There's no sneakiness. It's all out in the open. Now you may forget something or make a mistake. That's on you. But there's no sneakiness. And I think that's what makes it relaxing and fun and such a communal experience. Because you don't have to, trust that someone rolled a 6 behind that building over there. It's all right there. Sorry, let me get off my soapbox here before I break it. Get back to painting. No, it's something really interesting. Morning was talking about on his channel, and it's not often I disagree with Morning Glory. I mean, in a respectful way. I think the guy, to use their vernacular, is brilliant. They do a tabletop wargaming a lot more than me, and I think he's very good at it. And I think he brings up good points. He really does, and I see why he has that argument. It's just, as someone who doesn't play, solely as Imperial Guard or, some of these other bigger forces, in 9th edition, I played as Genestealer Colt. Even in 6th and 7th and 8th edition, I played as an all-airborne guard force. I didn't have any brute force tanks. I've always had to lean, voluntarily, more on, tactics and timing than the tools. I mean, go back to 9th edition Warhammer 40k. What if Genestealer Colt would just had to tell you which blip was real? That would have ruined the entire point of the Genestealer Colt army. How fun would Space Hulk be if you know exactly which blips were the actual Genestealers? like imagining Aliens without the little pinging, rangefinder, not rangefinder, but the little handheld radar they had. Motion tracker, there we go. The little motion tracker they have in Aliens, that telltale little ping sound, you know? It takes away the suspense. So yeah, if you're going up against a force that was known historically and by their own rules to hide a lot and use a lot of ambush, you know, like, yeah, they're not going to tell you that kind of stuff. Oh, evolution, man, kudos to you, man. Great question, and that's a fair point. If they ask, I would remind them. I have no problem reminding someone because they can see it with their own eyes. That's not a mistake on their part because I model my units. So I'm like, oh, that squad, yeah, the machine gunner and his loader are still alive in that squad. You got a machine gunner, a loader, 4 riflemen, and an SMG on the sergeant. They'll be like, oh, cool, thanks, man, I appreciate it. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and risk it. And I'm gonna do this because that's something that he could see. He can see that with his own eyes. I'm not telling him something that he doesn't already know. He has the list in front of him, and he can also see on the models. But he's asking me, to help expedite the game. That's fine. That's fair. I have no problem with that. Just like if he asks, like, hey, does that truck have recon? I'm like, yes, it does. I paid the extra points. Like, okay, cool. Thanks for reminding me. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure and shoot at that with 2 vehicles. So when it recons, I can shoot it the second time. I'm like, oh, that's a great idea. No problem. Those conversations are fine. What I don't like is the burden that people put on you to remind them. That's what I'm not about. I'm about there to have fun, to be friendly, but it's also still a tactical war game. This is me versus you in a friendly way. The burden is not on me to remind you what my forces can do. Now, you can always ask, and I've already given you the list, so you already know. It's not like there's nothing that's... Sometimes there are secret objectives, like when I play, like, one of the 3 nuns is the spy. I don't even know which one it is, but, that's a secret. That's okay. Neither of us knows. But if I give you my army list and I've already shown you, I have no problem telling you again and again. I'll tell you 50 times if you ask. No problem at all. But I don't like the burden that I should have to tell you or remind you. Unless if it's a beginner game, of course, that's totally different. But yeah, no, someone asked, 100% fair and honest, because I want to see what kind of tactics you do. I want to see how your mind works. It's super fun to see. Commander, you crack me up. It's like after a shootout, like, hey, how many rounds you got? And the other side's like, fuck you. Yeah, if someone asks, I have no problem telling them, but I'm not going to voluntarily give that information, But evolution, man, that was a solid question. I really appreciate that, because that opened up a good dialogue, and it kind of helped me feel a little bit better. Made me feel better and not as much like a dick, I guess. So I really appreciate that question. Thanks for allowing me to expand on that. Solid question, man. Yeah, so to kind of shorten it up, I'm not in the nature of withholding information. I'm just not going to volunteer it. Other than, going over my list before the game and giving them a paper copy of my entire list. I feel like that's already my due diligence. But if they ask, yeah, no problem. I think that starts getting more into the, we talk about it on the Minotaur and Breakroom podcast that we haven't done in a while, sadly, but we used to do it quite often. We talked about kind of like the social contract and like what it means to do tabletop wargaming. I think that just comes with the whole, like, it's okay to ask. That's fine, just don't assume. So that's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point you bring that up. to me, that's why I talk about the social agreement. It's important to meet with your opponent and know what kind of game you're gonna have before the first die touches the table. Be like, hey man, are we doing like a friendly, brew action kind of game, like just laid back, drinking beers, hanging out? Are we doing, a friendly competition? Is this a learning game? Are you just trying to test out a new army? Let me know kind of what we're doing out here. And then if you know, like, hey, this is a friendly but competitive game, okay, cool, no worries. Yeah, I'm not going to interrupt you if you make a mistake. If you forget my guys have anti-tank grenades and you try and tank shock them and you forget they're fanatics, I'm not going to stop you. I'm like, okay, and I'll just have them move out of the way and then assault your tank the next turn. Like, it's all right, no big deal. But at the same token, if I make a mistake, if I walk by what I think is a howitzer and it's an AT gun and he puts a rounds, right inside my tank, I'm like, well, shit, that was a bad idea. Oh, well, I'm like, I made a mistake. Yes. So I like to think I'm pretty, oh man, it sounds lame to say emotionally flexible, but I'm pretty chill and laid back, right? I can kind of play any kind of tabletop. I can play any kind of mode out there. I'm not a super wacka person. I don't like big contest. When I go to them, I just crack jokes and have fun the whole time. I think it annoys some people. Some people don't care, Anyways, but I can do competitive games or learning games, whatever. I like to let my opponent set the tone for the game. Same thing. If they call me out, a good example, my first game, I moved the tank, and I thought I could like rotate it. I thought I could pivot it, and I couldn't because I was used to Conflict 47 reading about walkers. It's like, no, you can't pivot that. So he was stuck facing the wrong way, so I couldn't use my bow machine gun. So I spun my turret around, just used my rear turret machine gun. And I'm like, and he's like, you can take that back. I'm like, no, you called me on that mistake. I appreciate it. It's a learning game. Let me make that mistake so I learned my lesson. I wasted, those shots. That's 100% on me. He's like, okay, cool. So then later when he made a mistake, he tried to take it back. I was like, no. I was like, leave your model where it is. He's like, no, he's like, let me take it was that ambush. He's like, no, let me take the model back. I was like, no. I was like, remember when I moved my tank, you called it out. And I was like, okay, we'll leave it where it plays. No mulligans. And you play it where it lands. So when he moved his troop and he got machine gun sandwiched by that light machine gun, he wanted to take it back. I'm like, no. We left my mistake there. We're going to leave your mistake there. It's just, it helps me as a learning game. No, you're exactly right. Because I feel like when you do too much of that, if it's not a learning game, yeah, if it's not a learning game, then, I think you need to be able to make mistakes because that is a part of conflict, of big, when I say wargaming, I'm talking like sand tables inside of a bunker at like a talk, You have to understand tactical initiative and what it means to lose the tactical initiative. And, as a leader, you can quickly get caught in quicksand. You make a bad decision, you fuck up, you stress out, you start making more and more bad decisions. We've probably all seen it on the tabletop. Someone makes a bad call, they lose their favorite unit, their whole strategy falls apart because no plan survives contact with the enemy, and they keep making consecutively bad decisions. That's called getting stuck in the quicksand. So I'll let you guys know, pro tip, I say pro tip, veteran tip, I guess, Tiki's tips, there you go, is the best way to get out of a tactical quicksand like that is to follow the OODA loop. Observe, orient, decide, and act. Observe your situation, orient yourself to understand what's going on, to take in the full situation, make a good decision, and act on it. That's all it takes. You start getting these little victories, do little steps, little victories, they'll build your confidence and they'll yank you out of that tactical quagmire, quicksand you could be stuck in. So if you make a bad mistake and you lose your tank, the game's not over. Just stop, breathe, observe, orient, decide, and act. I'm not saying you'll win the game, but you'll pull yourself out of that quicksand. Yeah, exactly, or just bonsai. So it's so funny in the bat rep that I'm doing for the After Action report on that demo game. I demoed a couple different people who showed up for the demo game, but the last guy who stayed for most of it said he played 40k back in the day, so don't take it easy on him. And tactically, he was sound. He had great tactics. He enveloped my one of my squads, moved up behind cover to grab the nun, and he basically enveloped that squad in a textbook L-shaped crossfire. It was something of beauty. I'm like, oh damn. I was like, this is beautiful. Like, I'm loving this. This is great. He had his 10-man squad of cultists in front of me, with a machine gun and rifles just peppering me. They were behind cover. And then he had he risked his second lieutenant and NCO with assault rifles out in the open just so they could pepper me with that assault rifle ammo. And he was killing the troops. And he was pinning me and killing my troops. And so I looked at him, I'm like, you know what? When you're stuck in that L-shaped ambush, sometimes textbook response to a near ambush is to assault through, So that's exactly what I did. I'm like, you know what? We're going to bonsai. So I bonsai charged his cultist and I killed him. And then I moved up my second rifle squad, caught his leader and his NCO out in the open and peppered them with rifle rounds and took them out. So it was a textbook tactical response to, on his side, what was a very textbook perfect L-shaped crossfire. So it was just a really good, and he was happy too. He's like, oh yeah, that's a good conclusion. So we're sitting there looking at it and kind of talking back and forth, like, yeah, that went really well for both our, obviously went better from my side. That ended up winning me the game. But if I lost that assault, which I could have, because he did point blank shooting with a machine gun, I just got lucky on the dice for the close combat roll. I could have lost that squad. He would have taken that nun, and he would have had fire superiority and could have kept my other squad pinned back in the tree line between his medium machine guns and his assault rifle team. And he could have taken that nun off the board and won. So literally it came down to the dice roll for the close combat. It was a very exciting game, but it was a good exhibition of proper tactics. He used proper tactics, and I felt I used the proper tactics in return, and it just came down to the dice, baby. And at the end of the day, what more can you ask from tabletop wargaming than two people using solid tactics that it meets in the middle, and you roll the dice and see what happens? Absolutely, it was one for the books. I feel like I'm not hyping up how awesome it was. It was very, very thematic. There was shouts and yells. It was a good time. We were pissing off the people playing D&D next to us. Good times had by all. Yeah, these people had met to do D&D, and their dungeon masters seemed annoyed. They seemed annoyed at the dungeon master. They just looked like they weren't having a good time. Meanwhile, me and this other guy over here just having an absolute blast, rolling dice, shooting at each other. Yeah, no, you're exactly right with that, Commander. And that's why, going deep into it, talking about the military, I was always a fan of people who had like a little bit of something on their record. I'm not saying nothing big, nothing huge, like a small thing, like a little bar brawl, or a drunken disorderly, nothing irresponsible like a DUI, but a drunken public, I'll take that. I like troops that had that because it showed they made a mistake. They learned their mistake, they corrected it, and they pressed forward, and they know what it's like to not be perfect. Those are the people I always try to pick for my law enforcement teams, because I felt like they had a good head on their shoulders to understand, when to follow the book and when to keep the peace. Sometimes when you get the perfect person who has a clean record and you put them on like LE duty, it does not go well. So I'm not a fan of like one mistake organizations. When it comes to like small mistakes, But yeah, you're right. It's the same thing on the range. Yeah, when you don't learn from a mistake and you make the same mistake multiple times, it just becomes a weakness. But yeah, I've been watching a lot of games of third edition. I've played 2 small games. I'm not gonna lie, after watching some content and really like playing around with some lists, usually I love 500-point matches. 500 points for Conflict 47 is kind of fun. Not gonna lie, but for third edition, I'm feeling like 750. Everyone keeps talking about 1250, 1250. 1250 is great. Don't get me wrong. 1250 looks fun, but 750. Ooh. It's so interesting. You know, it's not 500 points, but I think it's like the bare minimum. 1,000 used to be the old standard. 1,000 now just feels a little bit anemic, kind of, when you're taking multiple platoons. Like 1,000, you can't just quite get what you want. You're either going to have multiple under strength platoons, or you're going to have like 2 platoons maybe at strength. You're just not going to have any vehicles. It's kind of weird. 1,000 points I think feels a little anemic. 1250 feels full, so 1250 is full, 500 is the bare minimum, but 750, ooh, it just naturally feels sharp. It feels very, you know, special operations, raider, commando style. 750, you really have to think about. I like 750 because it's kind of like, ooh, I got it. I got the analogy. So these 750 list building, it makes it feel kind of like when Halo first came out. And hear me out, I promise I'm going somewhere with this. Remember playing games like Duke Nukem or Doom, right? Where you can pick up a weapon, you have the weapon, no big deal. Then imagine playing Halo for the first time. You get 2 weapons. 2 weapons and 2 frag grenades and 2 plasma grenades. That's it. That's all you get. So it really made you think about tactically, hey, before I go into this next room, you know, what weapons do I want to take with me? Do I want to carry, you know, the missile launcher? If I do, that means I'm down to 1 primary weapon. Do I want to take a human weapon like a pistol or sniper rifle, knowing I'll probably never find ammo for it again? You really had to make those tactical cuts. You really had to make like, oh man, what do I give up? What do I keep? So again, 1,000 points just feels anemic. 1250 is full, 500 is the bare minimum, but 750, it feels surgical. It feels like Halo, the first time where you can only take 2 weapons. You really have to think about what you're taking and what you're giving up. I like it. Whoever came up with that 750 game that Scholar Virginia and Mordian went to, I'm in love. I'm so excited to play a 750 game. It just feels so, it looks like it feels so good. The list building looks phenomenal. like for my 750 list, it's basically a cut down bare minimum force for me of what I need. It has a 3-person veteran, so it's a rifle platoon and an armored platoon. The rifle platoon is a 3-person veteran officer or leadership team. So an officer, senior NCO, and adjutant, whatever you want to call them, all packing submachine guns. So that is basically my assault element. That's 3 veterans with submachine guns that can get in there, that can swing, that can do some damage, right? Close combat. I don't think that can't hold the objective, but I feel like that can take an objective, or that can definitely assault an objective, right? It has 2 15-man veteran rifle teams, my go-to. So that gives me 30 good troops. Gives me 2 15-man healthy squads that are hard to kill. That's for possibly taking and definitely holding an objective. It allows me to take 2 veteran lunge mines. Again, a little bit harder to kill with infiltrator and being veteran. It's going to make the enemy waste their munitions on them. And more importantly, it's going to scare people. People aren't going to like it. People are going to know what it does. They have vehicles. They're going to want to shoot it. And if they don't have vehicles, they'll possibly ignore it, which is fine because they can still take and secure an objective. They're still infantry. And then I'll have 2 light motor teams, veterans. So there's my HE, there's my indirect fire. And again, they're still veterans. So anyone who wants to charge them, those 3 boys can still, all hands, thrown hand style action. Queensberry rules, right? Then for the armored platoon, it is the classic Type 92 tankette regular as the armored platoon commander. And then 1 regular AA truck. It's a very tight 750 list, but it's a very interesting list. Basically just a cut down version of my 1250 Mai Tai motor rifle recon list. Alright, sorry about that. I was like, I feel so bad. I was in the zone just painting this tire. I totally forgot like a few times ago about it. I hadn't said anything. I wholeheartedly apologize. Sorry about that, guys. I was just totally zoned out, just painting my little tire. Alright. There's that side done. We'll flip over, paint the other side. Then we'll get the rims done on both trucks. Like I said, guys, it's definitely a paint and chat with a heavy emphasis on chat, except when I forget to talk. But as far as painting, it's not the most exciting thing. Like I said, I don't do a lot of like freehand cool designs. It's just batch painting, man. We get a lot painted on this channel. We get a lot built and a lot painted. Hopefully it motivates you, but it's all just batch painting. I know it's not the most exciting, but it is highly effective. I just know it's not the most exciting thing to watch. But I do appreciate those of you who do watch and chat. It means a lot, truly. It keeps me motivated to keep going. What I'm trying to do is consistency. I'm trying to make sure I always stream on Saturday and Sunday, same time. And I'm trying to make sure I at least always get the short out on Wednesday. I'm working on more videos, trying to get those videos out, but right now what I'm trying to do, instead of just like sacrificing what I have to get those videos out, I'm trying to maintain what I have and slowly chip away at the other stuff and get it put out. So I'm trying to make sure I have consistency. Because there are, I can't think of another, well, there was one guy called Turnkey, but he hadn't done anything in a while. But I can't think of another 100%, you know, full Conflict 47 channel, so. Since nobody else is covering Conflict 47 full time, I say full time, like dedicating their channel to it, that I know of. Maybe there's someone, you know, my size or bigger that I just haven't seen. I feel like I owe it to the community to try and put out content consistently. I know people like the lore videos, and I'm trying to work on the lore videos. They just take a little bit of time. The shorts I can generally put out in about 1 to 2 days, so I try and always make sure I have those knocked out and stacked up on the deck to get shipped out on Wednesdays. My goal right now is to get the unboxing video done before Christmas. I need to get it done like as soon as possible for Christmas, I guess, so people can get it for Christmas, I guess. In case they want to get a box. I needed to have it done. I wanted to get it done before the start of this month, but did not happen. And then I want to get my bat reps out. Great question, Commander. My favorite part about the lore for Conflict 47. Okay. No one is stupid. It sounds like a dumb thing to say, but the lore makes everyone still dangerous. It sounds so bad, and only because it's a fake war. You know, I'm glad World War II did not go on any longer than it had to. There's no unnecessary loss of life, truly, and I mean that. As someone who's seen the horrors of war face to face, I appreciate that and I can understand it. You know, I wasn't there, but I can appreciate how bad it was. Anywho, but with Conflict 47, the fact that the war is still ongoing, and what I mean by that is there are no clear victors in the lore. everybody is still nose to the grindstone, still fighting with everything they have, throwing blows left and right. You know, the Soviet Union's on their own, but by no way are they almost defeated. You know, Germany opened up a whole new theater of war again in Italy. They did that surprise attack down in Italy. They pushed back the Allied invasion. You know, they won the Battle of the Bulge, almost pushed them all the way back to the Atlantic, pushing back to Brussels. You know, and then they did a not an uppercut, but like a body blow back down to Italy and took over northern Italy again. Germany is still in the fight. Imperial Japan now has stealth submarines. They can't compete with the American Navy, all the ships they can put out, all their industry. So again, we talked about this: tactics, tools, and timings. They can't compete with the quantity of American vessels, so they learn to fight. They learn to pick their fights. They let their fights pick them. So they developed a whole shit ton of stealth submarines, and they're using those to repel the Allies at every landing possible. They'll let them land on the island, but then they'll sink the ships behind them and keep those troops stuck there. And then they'll reinforce those islands with their submarines and fight on those islands. They're trying to draw out and slow down the Americans. Remember, there's no atomic bomb coming, so it's gonna be a fight for every square inch of the Pacific all the way to the home islands. So that is what I like about Comic 47. I think it's kind of a cheating answer. It's like saying, oh, all of it. But to answer your question, I guess succinctly, is that no one is weak and the war is not over. There's still danger in every theater. You know what I mean? So the best example, it's like finding a good book, reading it, and then realizing it's part of like a 20-book series, and you're like, oh, hell yeah. You know, it's that feeling you get when you read a good book and you realize there's a whole like 20 books after it. You're like, yes, I'm in for the long run. Hopefully that was an acceptable answer, Commander. Let me know. At least you didn't say everything. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. It's not everything. I think, like a lot of people, I would prefer occult to all science. Like, I'd prefer if like zombies and werewolves and vampires were from like occult stuff, occult and scientific stuff. You know, instead of just science. I think it's not even a critique. I think it'd be like my win critique. You know. But there's nothing saying you can't mix the two. Kind of like the Tesseract from Captain America: First Avenger. You know, they took a little one of the Infinity Stones, you know, that had a religion based around it, and used science to kind of replicate its technology and power their troops. So it's your Conflict 47. It could be a little of both. Or not to ruin it, because I think it's kind of an older movie, but if you haven't seen Overlord yet, you know how they start making the zombies in Overlord. It's not all science. It kind of is, but you know, they find this ancient mud that's been around in the special like graveyard. Could probably have, you know, occult powers, and they use that to kind of start making their zombies. If you haven't seen Overlord yet, an extremely good Conflict 47 movie. I will say this. So I couldn't figure out why I liked Overlord so much and why it felt so familiar. And then I figured it out one day and I said it and no one believed me. So if you haven't seen Overlord yet, maybe you have and you can agree or disagree with me, please by all means in the chat. But Overlord is just a World War II themed Resident Evil movie. That's what it is. It is a better Resident Evil movie than like half the Resident Evil movies made. Like, really think about it. Watch the whole movie. Watch the whole plot. You're like, this is literally just Resident Evil. It's not a bad thing. It's a beautiful formula. It's great. You know, a small group of military people show up at what they think is one thing, and it turns out to be a government lab underground making zombies, and they gotta fight the big bad. You know, lose some people and barely escape. That is literally the formula. It's not just Resident Evil. I mean, that's used in a lot of different stuff. Everything from, you know, Doom, House of the Dead. It's a common trope. You know, Aliens, same theme. You know, small group of military show up. They're out of their league. They gotta fight. You know, there's corruption, government, underground stuff. They barely survive. They gotta fight the big bad. It's a typical horror trope, but I love it. All right, batch painting is going well. That's our tires. Now we'll do our rims. Then we'll probably do the jerry cans. Then we'll go in, clean. Probably do the grills. Clean up some of the other paint. Hey, what's going on, Francois? Thanks for joining, buddy. We'll clean up some of the other stuff, and then we'll do the paint scheme. The camo scheme. Actually, as I'm getting ready to paint a different color, let me throw a poll in the chat. I didn't do one yesterday. I apologize, guys. Let me throw a poll in the chat. Obviously, it's fun to do. All right, we are back, and the poll is live. Hey, I'm glad to hear your Pepper Doggo's doing well. It's so funny. I actually was. Ooh, hold on. Let me fix my face here. There we go. Hold on. Okay, there you go. Fix my face. My face gets stuck sometimes. Because I have different cues. I can be quizzical if I want, you know? Or I can be angry. Ah, that's me being shifty. That's me being surprised and angry. That's me being quizzical. And that's normal me. Okay. Anyways. Glad to hear your Pepper Doggo's doing right. I had a good little amount of break between work and the stream, so I was able to get so I was a little bit more energetic. I was able to take a nap. And my older dog, he's getting super old. He like really ran up to the bed with me. And like when he hits the bed, instead of like walking around or getting a circle, he just literally just crawls right next to me and just sleeps right next to me the entire time. So as soon as I woke up, like I just felt like this dog just like stretched out next to me. It was pretty cool. Huge fan of my older dog. I've had him for a long time. He's helped me a lot. Like he helps a lot with stress and stuff like that. So he's a great dog. Like, those trucks aren't any further along. Excuse me, sir, we have wheels done. Thank you. And it is a paint and chat, not a speed paint session. No, I'm kidding. What's going on, HS? Nah, man, vote for whichever one you want. So, like I said, usually I open it up to, like, any kind of unit, you know? But I'm trying to cover all the units all the Rift Tech units that you get in the starter sets. So what I have left is I have the Tesla Cromwell, I have the American Heavy Infantry, I have the Japanese Exosuit, I have the Japanese Kaishinto with compression cannon, and I have the Soviet Sonic T-34. No, I've actually already done a short on that. Actually, I'll put the short in the chat for you, HS. That's the Ghost Attack Squad. That's the first Imperial Japanese unit I did. I want to say I think Morty and Glory requested that one specifically. So hold on, let me grab that link and throw it in the chat for you. It's funny, I don't have that unit, but I actually kind of want that unit. I'm gonna pick up some models of that because I don't have any, and I think I'm going to paint mine black, and I'm going to give them like a red tint to their, because they're supposed to come, or they come yellow with blue tint. I'm going to make mine black with red, and the reason is I've been emailing and talking with the makes me sound cooler than I am. I'm just a nobody, but somebody reached out and gave me the email to the head painter for Conflict 47. And she's asking if we paint any of these Conflict 47 models different than how they appear in the books to send her pictures. Because with the update for Conflict 47 coming, they may change how some of the standard coloring of some of the units are, if that makes sense. So I think when I do my Ghost Attack Squad, I'm going to do them, you know, with the, because those actually, what a lot of people don't know is that's a real unit. They're called the Fukuryu, the Crouching Dragons. They were basically self-contained underwater breathing suits, like scuba suits, but they had waterproof lunge mines, and their whole thing was they'd sink on the bottom of the ocean floor, get these waterproof lunge mines, and just stab the landing craft that came up above them. killing all the troops and tanks on the landing craft. So I'm actually gonna paint mine black. Their suits black. I'm gonna give them, you know, red light in their the little lenses, if that makes sense. Kind of makes them sneakier and look more scarier, you know. That's fine. Give me shit. It's alright. Like I said, it's not just me. If you guys have any models painted, shoot me a picture and what name you want attached to it, because maybe you want to hide behind a screen name like I do, or maybe you want your real name attached to it, and I'll email directly to her and make sure you get the credit for it. Yeah, see? There we go. Some nice mil-spec rims. My face still messed up. Okay, no, I have a normal face. Right now, I gotta check my my Tiki face, make sure it hasn't messed up. So, on the good news front, I have to do a spec of traveling for my job, my real job. And it's taking me to a place I did not particularly want to go to. I had no interest in traveling there. I love traveling, I just didn't want to go to this place. But I reached out, and I think I'm going to make this trip worth it, because I'm going to try and either bring some of my models, or I think they'll have some models ready. I think I'm going to try and play some bolt action with another channel that's actually on that area. As the time gets closer, you know, or once it's filmed, I'll let you know where it was so you guys can catch it, you know. But it was kind of cool. I took a business trip that I didn't want to take, and I kind of made it fun for me and worth it for me by turning it into also a bolt action event, bolt action meetup. So I'm pretty excited about that. If only I could throw some spinners on here, you know, like nothing says a dangerous 20mm fast attack truck like some spinning 22s. Oh man. You can literally hear that song like ride spinners, I ride spinners, I don't stop, ride spinners. Nope, no gate pass in the window. I like the joke, I like the reference. Shameless plug, I did make a funny bumper sticker on the merch site, and it's a reference to the Hago, and it's like my other ride has a one-man turret rule or something like that. It made me laugh. Yeah, it's, oh man, Evolution Game, that's probably an even better name for the list. Just call it Tokyo Drift, or Straight Out of Tokyo Drift. Kind of like how the difference of the trucks. Like I said, it wasn't really on purpose just because they stopped making these, otherwise I would have kept using these. But I kind of like it because it has a shorter bed, but it has more wheels. You know, because it's obviously a lot heavier, carrying a fully 20mm anti-aircraft gun than just like a couple of troops. So it's kind of cool how it worked out. No such thing, Matthew. I know you work for a living, brother. There's no such thing as being late to a Tiki event. You know, you never heard the Hawaiian term "you're on island time," and same thing here on Tiki. You're on Tiki time. There's no such thing as being late, brother. We are just happy you're here, truly. As long as you're okay, man. There's no such thing as being late. You're on Tiki time. We're just working on our wheels right now. There you go. Oh, man. See, I can tell you're a good guy, man. I've been in that exact situation. Not the falling asleep, but the other way. You know, where someone falls asleep, so you PT him instead of getting him paperwork. Oh, yeah. Not that you need the feedback, I guess, buddy, but if you're curious, I think you did the right decision. I've been in that situation myself, and I made the same call. And the troop was appreciative later. So... not to sound condescending, brother, but great call. It's good leadership. Oh my god, I forgot how pissed off they'd be about those drip pans, especially. Oh, jeez, I remember that now. Oh, they were so anal about that. Thanks, Matthew. We're working on it. Like I said, yeah, we were just talking. These aren't exactly spinning 22 rims, but you know, we're getting there. I know it looks like it's been what, like almost 2 hours of the stream. Like, what have you actually done? Like, we've done the wheels. We're just badge painting is all it is. So I think from here we're gonna move on to the grill. And I think from the grill we'll probably move on to the jerry cans. From the jerry cans we'll actually move on to the paint scheme. If we get it, we should be able to get to the paint scheme on at least one of them. I'll do the lights and the windshield last. We actually had a really good discussion, Matthew, not to rehash it too much for you, but I would love your opinion, brother man, if you have the time, on how you feel about, like, what do you consider a gotcha moment in tabletop wargaming? I said, with bolt action's unique because we have like the ambush rule and we have the recce rule, or recon rule. So it's like, how do you feel, because it's all WYSIWYG, you know, like a great example, I have these, you know, custom models. Someone's like, hey, what weapon do they have? I'm not gonna be like, I already told you once, I'm telling you again. I'm like, nah, man, it's a submachine gun. You can see it, you know. But you know, if they go on ambush and they had a machine gun and someone forgets, they make the mistake and they have to pay for it. You know, they get shot with a machine gun. It's like, where do you? Is the first truck missing its headlights? No, they're here. They just haven't been painted yet. You can see the lights on the smaller truck too. Well, that's cool. You can tell they're Japanese. They even have the little Well, let's see if I can get the focus. Focus, camera, focus. It's not really focusing. There you go. You can kind of see it actually has the Imperial Star on the front. Fuck, that means I have to paint the star. I was like, oh, that's cool. Shit, I gotta paint it. Yeah, I'm not gonna go crazy. I'm not gonna do like cat eye lights on the trucks. But yeah, if you get a chance, Matthew, would love your opinion, brother man, on how you feel about, you know, what do you consider a gotcha in a tabletop war game? And we're not talking like a teaching game, like a first game. And we're not talking about a super wacka win at all cost tournament either. Just like a normal, friendly but competitive game. Like, where do you draw the line of what you consider a gotcha? Damn it, HS, you made me laugh so hard I dropped my brush. Why have cat eyes when you can have daddy issues with smoke eyes? How to say you spend too much time in the hot topic. Yep. I agree with that, Matthew. I think that's fair. Yeah, because like I said, I'm at the point where, like, at the beginning of the game, you kind of show and tell your army, because it's kind of how you show off your paint job, too, you know? And then you give them a piece of paper, which I'm always big about doing a printout for my army. You give them a paper on what your army is, and if they ask, I'll tell them, be like, hey, is that a machine gun, or is that a machine gun? I'm like, oh, that's a machine gun. It's like, hey, is that a bazooka, or is that a Piat? I'm like, oh, that's a bazooka, you know, it's got this range. You know, I have no problem answering people's questions, but I'm also, I don't know, outside of a friendly game, I'm not in the, I guess I'm not in the habit of volunteering information. Like, if someone's going to make a mistake, like, if they're going to if they're going to leave their tank parked next to a squad of mine that has anti-tank grenades, I'm not going to say anything. I'm like, okay, I'm going to assault you, you know, like, if it's clearly marked on that unit. So, like I said, if I have, how do I say this? If I had one 6-man squad that all had anti-tank grenades, me personally, you guys know me and how I am, I would model the grenades on them. I'd either give them all like lunge mines or like just the shape charge part, or give them all Molotovs or something like that. Like, I'd model the hell out of it and I'd point it out, but I wouldn't keep reminding them every turn, you know, outside of a normal teaching game. And I see what you're saying, HS. Like I said, I like to think I'm pretty laid back, but I also like it's not a win at all costs, but I like the tactical challenge. Same thing, I like making mistakes. Like, I like that my plan isn't going to survive enemy contact. I'm going to show up and someone's going to do something unexpected and take out a key piece, and I'm like, oh shit, how am I gonna overcome this challenge? Like, how do I cross this hurdle? I like that, and I wouldn't want to take that away from anybody else. A lot of people say, and I don't disagree, a lot of people say that games are won by building your list or buying the right models or solely during deployment. I think that matters. I think in super competitive things, or like how Warhammer 40k 10th edition appears to me, where it's very almost not sterile, but regulated terrain layout, you know what the enemy has, this and that kind of stuff, then I could see that. But in bolt action, even when you make a mistake, it's not over yet. Until, like I said, unless you don't have any more infantry models to take an objective, the battle's not over, So where I'm getting with that is, like, I like being laid back and playing, but I like people being able to make a mistake and seeing how they overcome that mistake. I feel like if you rob them of the chance of making that mistake, you're robbing them of a part of the gameplay. Like, you don't have to play a video. I'm not saying you have to play a video game on Elder Ring difficulty, but you also don't have to play on Game Journals difficulty, No, I get you. Yeah, that's definitely why I like narrative. I do. I'm always kind of curious. I feel like that. I like to think I always like narrative. I like to think I'm not very competitive, but like I said, I do enjoy good tactics. I think that's what I enjoy. Maybe it's just me defending my competitiveness, which I don't really think is there. I'm pretty laid back. I'm glad you picked up on that joke, Matthew. I'm glad you like that. Oh, Jesus, that was good. Not above taking a side shot here and there. Ooh, that's interesting, HS. That's a very interesting rule. It's so funny you mentioned house rules. Back when I played Warhammer 40k back in 7th, I always thought it was weird how, like, mortars couldn't use smoke rounds. So I was trying to, like, homebrew, like, smoke rounds and how that would work. And I remember the first time I played bolt action, like, yeah, you can use smoke out of a mortar. Like, no one does, but you can. I'm like, I'm gonna do it. Like, I did it at a competitive event. It was like, it wasn't like the semis, but it was like for the state, a competition for the state. I just filled a role at the last minute, right? I was like, I never use smoke. I always wanted to use smoke. Like, it's not very competitive. Like, who cares? Let's see what happens, Yeah, evolution. You got exactly what I was picking up at. That was embarrassing. It's so funny. I was just watching a good documentary. I was watching the documentary, or it wasn't a documentary. It was a fake reality show. If you guys see how old you guys are, it was a fake reality show showing behind the scenes for making Gears of War, the first one, right? So what's funny is you go back and watch, like, behind the scenes for Oblivion or New Vegas or some of these other shows or some of these other video games, or go and watch the movie Grandma's Boy, right? And compare that to the game industry now. Just a different culture, man, just all around. And I feel like that's the difference. I feel like when gamers stopped making games for gamers, the gaming industry just became it. There's nothing wrong with it. And again, I'm not an elitist. I'm not a PC master race. I'm not, you need to play games this way or not at all. Do whatever you want, man. Just know that just like because I think video games are art. And I think when you put out art, people are either going to like it or they're not going to like it. It's subjective. That's what makes it art. Just like, painting or food, it's art. People like it or they don't, and you're risking your investment. It is what it is. I think people should play whatever games they want. That's perfectly fine. Don't care. But I can definitely notice that, some people are upset that some people don't like certain games, or they don't like that some people do like certain games. That's just weird. It's just a weird time in the world of video games. I feel like it's becoming less and less about gameplay and more about other things. I don't even play that many video games, but I can just definitely tell there's been a cultural shift. And I know a couple of guys who graduated Full Sail and went to go work at video game companies. And it's just a tonal and culture shift in the last 10 years. Some people can say for better or worse, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, that's fine. But it is remarkably different. It's funny because I feel probably the last thing I'll talk about on the topic, because I don't want to bore anybody, but I feel like it's something that video games and Dungeons & Dragons actually have in common. And what I mean by that, to elaborate, is modern day video games aren't competing. So back in the day, it used to be video games competed with video games. Like you had Killzone versus Halo, or Tomb Raider on one console and Mario on another, right? They were all competing against each other. But nowadays, what I think makes it really hard is modern day video games are competing against the best video games of the last 10 to 20 years. And I think that's the kicker. So it's the same thing with Dungeons & Dragons. The reason why I think this newest edition isn't doing well isn't that it's not good on its own. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But it has to compete with 5th edition, 4th edition, 3rd edition, Pathfinder 2nd edition. It's rough. I think that's something a lot of people keep forgetting about, is you're not just competing with what else is being released, you're competing with everything that has been released. Well, so with the whole offending people, what I think it is they're just trying to maximize their profit. The least offensive it is, the wider the pool of people who will buy it, or buy DLC, or buy battle passes, or buy whatever. It's the same thing with movies now. Movies and video games have gotten so bloated in their budgets. So much more money has to be spent making them that they have to be a sure thing. They can't be risky anymore. You can't put out a game like Grim Fandango, or what was a risky game? Oh man, Spec Ops: The Line. Nobody saw that coming. Gameplay a mediocre cover shooter, meh, but the storyline punched you in your gut multiple times and then ripped out your soul at the end and showed you what was going on. Very risky game to do in the middle of GWOT too, in the middle of 2 global wars going on all over the world. A very risky and bold thing to do, but they did it. They could afford to. Nowadays, it's like no one can afford to take risk. You have to do a sure thing. That's why you get so many reboots. But because video games are art, I feel they need to inherently be risky. You need to take those risks. Everyone knows that's how Final Fantasy got its name, because it was the final shot. It was their final... They put out a bunch of other games that suck. Like, alright, well, this is the final one. Let's put it out, and it did really well. Oh yeah, Conker's Bad Fur Day. That back when Rare took risks, you know. Now you watch them with Sea of Thieves, which when it first came out, revolutionary, cool idea. Now they're just trying to, stay in the middle of the road as much as they can. It's one of those things where if you're as safe as possible, it's not very thrilling. And video games are usually supposed to entertain or be thrilling. It may be an unpopular opinion, As you guys know, we don't really do politics. Just like a lot of other channels, it's not unique to me. There's no politics here. So it's the same thing. I think the whole video game thing, I think it's an apolitical issue. Do people see politics and stuff, or do people involve politics? Yes. But I think it's on both sides. I think both people who make the games, people who play the games, they often bring their politics with them to the conversation. But I think if you look at it even apolitically, video games just aren't risky enough anymore. No one really takes risks. Everything is too safe, too middle of the road, even apolitically. So you can just see how things have changed. Like, look at the Saints Row games, how much of those changed. Or to turn it back to bolt action, take it back to World War II. You can see, the when they came out with the Wolfensteins, man, those were great. When they redid the Wolfensteins, they were absolutely phenomenal. They probably wouldn't make those nowadays. Or me personally, so maybe controversial opinion, I love Battlefield 1. Battlefield 1 was great. I'm not a big fan of the World War II shooters from Call of Duty. There's just too much, and I like alternate history, I do, but there's too much ahistorical stuff with the weapons. Like when you start putting all these reflex scopes on 1940 weaponry, it's weird. But Brothers in Arms is probably one of the best World War II games I think that's out there. And that was, if you guys didn't know that was Gearbox way back in the day, and this is before Borderlands. That was Gearbox putting out probably one of the best World War II shooters, probably one of the best World War II games, I will say it. Ooh, competing with Company of Heroes is tough, but if I had to choose between Company of Heroes or Brothers in Arms, and I love RTSs and RTTs, I would go Brother in Arms. I think Brother in Arms is the superior World War II series. But I like that gameplay style. I like first-person shooter with, tactics. If you never played that game, it plays very similar to your Star Wars Clone Commando game. I forget the official title of it, but it plays very similar to that. It's small unit tactics, first-person view, teaches you find, fix, flank, and finish, the basics of it. Very great game. Very good storyline to it as well. Battlefield 1 was great. World at War was actually very good as well. A little too much, I say it was good, a little too much of a hero shooter kind of thing. You definitely have to play it on a higher difficulty, otherwise it just feels like you're in Wind Talker, a movie, with Nicolas Cage, his Thompson never empties and he hits every person he aims at, that kind of thing. Very Hollywood. But that being said, I play a lot of Enlisted. I don't know if you guys do. I'm not sponsored, obviously. War Thunder's not bad. War Thunder just feels very War Thunder's fun, but it feels very like individualistic. Where I think Enlisted is a very good team game. Playing Enlisted could be either fun or extremely frustrating. If you don't know what Enlisted is, it's a World War II game. It's a squad-based shooter. You build up basically an army of different squads, and you take them into matches, and you level up each individual person in the squad. And then it's a first-person shooter, but you control the people in your squad, if that makes sense. So you can spawn like an anti-tank squad, or a signal squad with a radio, or a rifle squad, or an engineer squad. You know, whatever squad you need. Tanks, trucks, planes, all that stuff. But it's very squad-based. If you don't play as a team, you're gonna get romped. So, huge fan. Yep, I play Hold Fast, and I also play oh, now I can't think. Hold on, I gotta look it up. I always mispronounce it, or I always get it confused. I want to say it's War of Rights. Yeah, the Civil War game. I played a lot of Mountain Blade 2 Napoleonic Tactics. I played a lot of that game. So I played Hold Fast, and I play a lot of War of Rights. I think I had, and I failed to exaggerate, hundreds of. I have more time in Mountain Blade 2, especially Napoleonic Tactics, than I do in all three of my Arma games added together. Arma 2, Arma 3, going all the way back to Operation Flashpoint. I played so much as a gunner, as a cannoneer, and Napoleonic Tactics. It was insane. Unfortunately, HS, feel free to make fun of me. I don't understand the reference. I apologize. I may not be cool enough to get it. I don't really know what it's being referenced by. Turnip 28, maybe? I don't know, maybe I'm just not cool enough to understand the reference. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never heard of Turnip 28. I'll have to look into it. I'm excited for updates and them fixing all the bugs for Rattenreich. I didn't know apparently it's like a furry thing. I didn't know that. I just thought the game was a cool idea. I thought it was cool to do an alternate World War II. But I'm old enough where I approached it like a Redwall. You know, like the Redwall books and series, you know, like the mice versus the rats. I was like, oh, that's really cool. And I think that's what it is, but some people, I guess, are taking it like the weird furry direction, which, that's fine, do you. But the Imperial Japanese are like Komodo dragons. I thought that was like the coolest aesthetic I've ever seen. And I love that the French are cockroaches. I thought that was humorous. Yeah, like I said, I could. I will call it right here, right now. What day is it, guys? It is the 8th of December, right? So I will call it. I think Trench Crusade is going to be the biggest competitor for Conflict 47. reason why I say that is I think Trench Crusade, Trench Crusade and Conflict 47 are in the same marketing area of trying to take people who have lost their illusion of Warhammer 40k. They are both going to compete for former Warhammer 40k players. They're both alternate history. One is World War II sci-fi alternate history, and one is grimdark World War I alternate history. They both look tits. They both look awesome. I think they're going to compete with each other, and that's okay. Competition breeds better product at better prices. I'm totally okay with that. But I think that's going to be Conflict 47's biggest competitor. It'll never compete with Warhammer 40k. And I love Conflict 47. You guys know I'm like a cultist. So I love Warhammer 40k. I love Conflict 47. I don't think it'll ever compete with Warhammer 40k. I think it's going to be in direct competition with Trench Crusade. I think Trench Crusade is going to be bigger than Conflict 47, to be honest. I haven't seen what they're working on now. Again, I don't have the behind the scenes access that a lot of other people do, so I don't know what all they're cooking up for Conflict 47. They're kind of playing it close to the chest, which good on them. But the way of the popularity of Trench Crusade, how it's spreading out, I think it's going to be pretty big. I'm just looking something up online. I want to get a idea for how I want to paint something. Okay, so what I'm looking at, just so you guys know, is I have one jerry can painted green. That's going to be my water can. So on this one, I wanted it to be a fuel one. So naturally, I want to paint it red, but I don't think they painted it red back then. But then I just remembered it's Conflict 47, so what the hell do I care? I'm going to go ahead and paint my fuel jerry can red. So the water one will be green, and the fuel one will be red. Now, I don't know what you're thinking, but you got to remember the driver's on the right side. So as a driver, I'd want to be away from the fuel can. Or do I want to just paint them? I don't know. If I painted them both green, they're both water. I mean, it's important to have water, but I don't know about that. That's not a bad idea. Paint them both green and put a white cross for water. I could paint them both red. That way it kind of sticks out a little bit better with the camouflage. That way as like a highly motorized unit. Because what you guys may not know, again, every unit has a different SOP. For us, for our convoy stuff, you're never allowed to carry extra fuel. Only because where we were engaging, there was a lot of explosively formed penetrators, IEDs. So, any extra fuel or ammo you carried would literally be used against you and kill you. So we were ordered not to bring extra fuel. for the explicit reason of it's more dangerous to bring even on the outside of a vehicle. You know, don't bring extra fuel. So I'm kind of curious with this though if they'd want to bring extra fuel, you know, because it's a highly motorized unit. But then again, it's good to have water for the radiator to cool it down and also to cool down the AA gun in the back. So I'm kind of torn whether I want to have 2 water cans or 2 fuel cans or 1 water can, 1 fuel can. It seems like such a mundane thing to think about, you know, but you guys know I'm a nerd about that kind of stuff. Alright, yeah, I think we're going water can on the driver's side, and we'll go fuel can on the passenger side. That's why it's called the hot seat. Water can's super important, not just for the personnel, 'cause it's jungle operations, you know, but more importantly for the radiator and for the barrel. Yeah, if there were spare 20mm magazines, you're right, I would totally have them like racked up here on top of the cab, you know? It's like a little just grab and go and just dump that thing in there. So it's funny about like my nerdisms. When I built my what was that unit in 40K? The short quad barrel mortar. I think it was the Wyvern. So when I built my Wyvern, I actually put the back part full of sandbags. And my reasoning for it is that's how there weren't really sandbags in the front, there were sandbags in the back because that's how a counter battery works. You know, with it being a mobile mortar system, you know, it would shoot off its mortars, it would be subject to counter battery. So when they launched their rounds, you know, they would hit, if they wouldn't hit the Wyvern, they would miss and kick back up at a 45-degree angle. So the sandbags were configured in the back firing deck of the Wyvern to kind of protect them from counter battery. Yeah, not the Hydra, that's the AA. It was the mortar one, so I think it was the Wyvern. This was 7th when the Wyvern was stupidly dangerous. But I did have the quad gun evolution. I did have the when I took the ADL, the Agents Defense line, I did take the quad gun, and I put the Lord Commissar next to it so it'd use his BS. That saved me from many an Eldar player, especially Dark Eldar. Crafty bastards. There we go, we got our fuel cans. Or these are our water cans. Anyone who still plays, I think I asked this before, are Bane Wolves still a thing? Like, not the Hellhounds, but the ones that have chemical sprayers in them. I think they're called Bane Wolves. Were those still a thing? Were they called Bane Wolves? Yeah, what were the toxic Hellhounds called? The chemical Hellhounds. I think it's a Bane Wolf. Like the Savlar Kim Dog style thing. Oh, so now it's just an option for chemical weapons on the Hellhound. Okay, that makes sense. I wasn't sure if it was its own thing. So I actually did order a Warhammer 40k book. I actually ordered 2 of them. I ordered my favorite supplement from 7th edition, the Death from the Skies. It was the coolest book ever. I thought for Warhammer 40k, obviously I'm biased, I had a shit ton of flyers. So for me, it was like the holy book. It was amazing. More importantly, the reason why I got it is I'm trying to find, there was an old Warhammer 40k game using 28mm flyers, you know, not Aeronautica Imperialis. It came out before Aeronautica Imperialis, but it was an old flyer game that had really cool rules. Like it was like paper, rock, scissors style. Very easy to do. Very simple mechanics, very fun mechanics for like a dogfighting phase. And the rules are in those books. I ordered that because I wanted to try and come up, just for fun, I want to come up with a dogfighting phase for Conflict 47. You know, something a little bit easier than Blood Red Skies, you know, if you want to do it. And it kind of embraces my love of Crimson Skies. But I want something simplistic. A lot of these games, like X-Wing and stuff like that, have a little too complex rules. I want something a little bit easier. There we go, we got our water can and we got our fuel can. Gives it that little bit of splash of color, you know? Hell yeah, man! Use those Draken, those German Dragon helicopters. So thinking about that, HS, what I might do is I might do auto gyros instead of full-on helicopters. I may just actually use like auto gyros. I think that's kind of cool. Let's see how the poll's doing. Oh man! All right, looks like U.S. Heavy Infantry is in the lead. All right, okay. The audience has spoken. We'll see what it is at the end, and that's what I'll put out on Wednesday. Did we just do an American video? What did we do? Oh no, we did a German one. That's right. Okay, yeah, we're good. Yeah, I keep hearing people talk about Squad Leader. It sounds like it's a good system. I hear it referenced quite a bit. Yeah, these trucks are a lot more detailed than these light trucks had almost no details. Like real quick, easy, fast, knock it out. But what's cool is they actually do have like a little tool section down here. It's kind of neat. All right, so that's enough teasing. What are what are we in, like 2.5 hours into the second stream, and we're finally able to do the camo scheme. Let me let that red dry a little bit. Only because I'll be putting blue painter's tape, and I don't want to be like ripping off paint. So let me let that sit for a bit, and we will start working on it. So funny story. That's where I went to go work when I left the military. I wanted a whole new career change. I wanted nothing tactical, nothing law enforcement. I wanted to start something I had no idea how about, and that was vehicle maintenance. And this was right before COVID hit, and so I went to go work with AAA, particularly AAA Emergency Road Service, you know. And so I got into that right as the COVID lockdowns happened. Coolest job to have during COVID, because I got to drive around in the open air. You know, it's perfectly safe. Nobody was able to drive their vehicles, so you know we did AAA calls, but we also replaced the batteries, and people were killing their batteries left and right by leaving their cars on and not driving them. You know, the alternator wasn't charging any of the batteries, and we tried to do the best we could as far as their warranties and kind of help people out. You know, we didn't want to like be greedy scum, but you know, sometimes they just had old cars, you know, and it is what it is. And some people just wanted you to come visit them and talk to them, you know, like they'd sit inside they'd be behind like their screen door, you know, with their mask on, just like talking to you, like playing 50 questions while you work on their car, just because they're excited to talk to somebody new because it was COVID, you know. They were working on their car. It was funny. Working for AAA was a lot of fun. And I ended up going from there, from working like for like the state, for the actual DOT, for like the state and county and stuff like that. And I got back involved in the government role. But for a while, I was just a lone ranger out there in a AAA truck. As an adult, male or female, it doesn't matter. It's probably one of the coolest jobs you can have. It's being like a AAA or emergency roadside assistance, because sometimes you can do it for the state, you know, because there's no supervisor with you. You know, you have a radio, a command center, you have all the tools you need. You get in your truck and you just drive around and help people. You know, you don't have to worry about, you know, law enforcement, you know, taking people to jail. You don't have to worry about being a paramedic where you're going to rescue them or not, you know. It's not always, it's an emergency, but not like a life or death emergency. Sometimes it is, but oftentimes it's not. You just get to drive around and help people. Coolest job there is. One of the coolest jobs. And it's funny because I got the idea to apply for the job, being a video game nerd. Some of you guys may know this reference and laugh. If anyone ever played Elite Dangerous and knows what a fuel rat is, because I also play Star Citizen, if anyone knows what a fuel rat is, that's where I got the idea. And I'm like, oh, let me try AAA, and ended up building a whole new career off that inside of DOT. But all because I played a game and I like being a fuel rat. So all I'm doing is tearing up some more blue tape for us. So it's good to have these jagged edges. I'm just trying to get rid of the straight edge. So here we go. You get something kind of like this. Let me turn this like go. Is that a little bit better? Less of a sheen? Okay, cool. There we go, we got another stripe. It's like I said, we're literally just going to do on the outside and on the inside. And just kind of connect the dots where we kind of went from there. That's right, keep talking your shit, HS. We'll get there. Slowly but surely, we're on Tiki time. We'll get there. Joke's on you, I'm actually just going to leave the blue paint on there. I think it looks better than the green. Instead of green paint, we're just going to leave on blue tape. So same thing, when your thing is too short and you need to kind of connect it, you just tear off some more smaller pieces and kind of just connect the edges a little bit. Oh man, Matthew, remind me, I'll send you some pictures. I played a guy who had some Fallschirmjägers. He ended up winning the tournament I had to go to last minute. Very good player out of Texas, very great guy. Beautiful, beautiful Fallschirmjägers. He did the full, Fallschirmjäger style, Fleck turn style camo, and it was absolutely amazing. Probably one of the better painted bolt action armies I've seen in person. It's funny you mentioned Evolution. That tournament I was talking about, I had some troops ready, but not enough. So I literally I got told a week's notice because I had to fill in for someone last minute. That's why I got the invite. I had to build and paint, if we can remember, I think it was like 43. I think it ended up being like 43 infantry. Built and painted in a week. I did like an extra emergency stream and I painted like 3 streams in a row. I painted Imperial Japanese Riflemen. Very little chit chat, just straight painting, straight up batch painting. 5 guys at a time. It almost drove me insane, but I got them all done. Because I should say further insane. Alright, I think we're just about done. And just about ready to put, much to HS's chagrin, finally put some green paint on this bad boy. So I see we got a little stripe there. We got a stripe. We got stripes coming down from the top. We got it splitting over the hood, kind of going down both sides, over the wheel well. This one's kind of going down over that side. We have one coming down over this door. There we go. I think that'll be good. And we're just using good old WA flesh. Yeah, same thing. I never really seen them use those like blue things. I thought they looked kind of weird, but some people are excited to paint them like that, so I'm not gonna, you know, I don't want to say anything and make them feel weird. They like painting them and they're good. But yeah, I painting that many tournament guys to your right evolution, that would be pretty demoralizing. I tried to do, if you remember, I tried to do 15. I couldn't batch 15. 15's too many. I tried batch painting 10. That was getting to me. Batch painting 5, I feel, is like the magic number. Alright, I am going to change the light, though, to make it a little bit easier for me to see. There we go. I know it's a little bright, but it really helps me. These old eyes. Alright. Let me grab the right brush for this. Alright, so this, we're going to go very light, and we're going to paint literally on the blue tape to get our, basically our outlines, and from there we can darken the lines as much as we want. So as you can see, we're painting both on the actual truck and on the tape to get the full outline. And make sure not to get it in the window. Yeah, you don't just want to paint on the other side of the tape, you want to make sure you're actually getting it on the tape. I feel like we lost a piece of tape there. Oh, son of a bitch, I never painted these hubcaps. I was like, those hubcaps look tan to you? Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, damn. Sorry, we can fix that. Sorry, I'm catching up on the stream. I've been focusing on trying to get these lines right. Not demure, as they say. Man, you guys are hilarious. Yeah, it's a very interesting tactic. Mad Lark, not to jinx it though. The past times I've done it, it's come out well, but we shall see. I like it because it kind of keeps me from making the lines myself and therefore making them subconsciously symmetric, you know? Like human nature. I appreciate the reinforcement from the Penal Legion, Mad Larkin. Good to see you in the chat, brother. Yeah, you definitely want the tape laying flat, so sometimes you kind of have to come and put a little oomph behind it to get the lay flat so you can get good lines. Again, the lines won't come out perfect, but then you kind of go back up and kind of freehand neaten them up and then add whatever little extra twists and turns you want. Well, you can tell this one's already kind of shifted a little bit. That's fine. Alright, we got Lexus this guy. All right. Let me give that a few seconds to dry, and then we'll pull the tape off. We'll see what kind of Frankenstein monster we got here. Pretty sure it's in camera. Alright, so those are, again, too bright, sorry about that. Alright, so those are the bones we got for the paint scheme. Then you kind of go back in and kind of connect the lines as you see fit. Just kind of gives you like a rough outline of what you have, and you just kind of go back and just play connect the dots. The whole point is like it's never going to be perfect, and that's the best part because it means you can't mess it up. And it just kind of gives you a chaotic, non-linear lines that you'd come. If you try to do it freehand in your head, they're going to be symmetrical. As a human, it's hard to override that, you know. But this kind of gives you a purposely chaotic thing, and you kind of go in and kind of connect it how you want, and then go from there. And see, from here we just freehand it. So, may not be the best camo scheme, but I can tell you this, guys, it is easy. Very, very easy to do. See the little small kind of like weak anemic lines, you kind of go back over them, you kind of thicken them a little bit, you kind of add in some things, and it starts working. Later on, we'll go ahead and, you know, paint the actual windows and stuff like that, and we'll add on the and we could do these hubcaps. Go let this one stand, because I'm a fool. See, as I told you, even before the 3-hour mark, we finally got the paint scheme on there. We finally made it look like we actually did something in the stream. And there you go, start connecting the lines. Let's check on the pole. Oh, yep, heavy infantry still winning in the polls. I think that's going to be Wednesday's short. So see, even where the lines don't connect, we just start kind of connecting the lines. The way I do it, I always kind of like build it like it's, I treat it like vines, so I call it the vineyard camo. Not just for the look, sorry. The bright light doesn't do well in the tan. But also for, so it looks like kind of just drapes down the vehicle. Oh, I'm so sorry. My chat just activated. I was sitting there and like I noticed no one had written anything, and then I noticed it literally just loaded. Yeah, it is very similar to like topography lines. You're exactly right, man. Like, sorry, my chat just loaded, guys. I apologize. Yeah, he's exactly right. So the silly putty or that sticky tack, I've seen people do sticky tack. Where that works really good at is uniformed thin lines, and where I've seen it work really, really well is the lightning paint effect for Night Lords. I see people do that. They'll literally cover the whole model in like little bits of sticky tack, and then you just paint in between the little like pebbles or mounds of sticky tack, and then you take all the sticky tack off, and it leaves these perfectly thin lines, and it looks really good. Really great for lightning camo. Hey, what's going on, Russell? Hey, Russell, what's going on, buddy? We are working on the truck. Working on the patent-tested, tried-and-true vineyard camo. Thanks, man. Yeah, they start off just plain tan like this. We cover it in blue tape for about 2 painting sessions until HS finally yells at us to paint it. and then it kind of ends up looking like that. Now you can kind of see how these have similar paint schemes. They'll be different, but, you know, similar themed. Yeah, Commander, you nailed it, and that's one thing that I really enjoy about working on these models over. I don't get me wrong, I love playing video games. Clearly, I talked about it a couple times tonight. But the cool thing about this is when it's done, I can look over and see these models painted. I have a benchmark from my off-duty time, my relaxation time that I spent. You know, sure, they're just painted models, but they're forever painted. I never have to go back and, you know, redo them. It's done. So it's actually kind of cool. So yeah, once you're done with that, then what you do is you kind of go in and just add in some more lines if you feel like it, you know, freehand if you want, and then just connect the lines you already have. So here you can see where some of the lines are kind of weak, you know, so I just kind of go and just kind of add in. Make it a little thicker and stronger. Just like your piss test NCO says, no one likes a weak stream, you know? So I will tell you this, when you're kind of freehanding and extending your lines, I always think it looks cool, and I think you get bonus points if you really kind of hit areas other than the main body. So if you can get these lines over the wheel well, or if you can get the lines over the headlights like that, it really kind of like blends them in and kind of breaks up that outline. It's kind of like getting bonus points for the camo scheme. So I added a little bit of extra green line on there just to kind of break up that top a little bit. Here, there's the test with it parked next to another truck. You can tell the paint scheme. So yeah, we still kind of have like this big tan area right there. You don't want to go too much, like less is more. So you don't want to just keep adding more and more lines. You're just kind of like, oh, and just kind of move on to the next one. But before I do the paint scheme for the next truck, let me finish the hubcaps on that one. You're doing just enough to break it up. As I said, with the base 10, because the soldiers, look here, let me grab a couple of IJA guys. So the IJA troops have tan uniforms with dark green helmets. So the tan uniforms and the dark green helmets match really well with the tan body and the green stripes. It really kind of breaks it all up. And plus, with the way I'm going to be running these light trucks, is they're actually going to have the recon rules, so I'll probably get like a little bit of camo netting for them. Either just like a cheap net that I spray paint, or maybe get the gauze and mix it with like paint and watered down PVA glue and put that on there. Because when you put a camo net over this tan with a little bit of green vine going on, it's going to give you almost like a 3D effect with the camo netting. That's a camo netting a lot more effective. If you just take a green vehicle and just throw a camo netting on it, it works, don't get me wrong, but it's almost like a two-dimensional kind of effect. If you take that vehicle that already has these green lines kind of coursing down through it, and you throw a camo netting on, especially the way you adjust it, if it's running counter to the lines, it's going to add a whole blurring style of effect. There's a whole super cool science and practicality behind camouflage. It's very, very interesting. And I'm not talking like hunting camouflage, I'm talking like military, breaking up outlines. It's super, super interesting. Interesting to me anyways, because, you know, as we've established, Tiki's a damn nerd. All right, so we already had our light truck painted. That was no big deal. We've started off. We've been working on these two AA trucks. As you can tell, it's a different type. They all come from Etsy. This is more like an Italian model truck. You know, these are actual legit Isuzu Type 94 trucks. You can tell because they actually have the 6 wheels and they have the spare wheel on the side, and you have the actual Imperial Star on the front. So I kind of like that the heavier dutier trucks are pulling or have these 20mm AA guns in the back. In case you're curious what these wheels are, these are actually the wheels to the AA guns. So technically they could dismount them from the truck and use them as actual AA guns. So what we've been working on is putting in the paint scheme that I have for the whole army, which is kind of this vineyard style. Just trying to catch everybody up. And then let's get the hubcaps going on this bad boy. But actually, Mad Larkin, if you're still in here, I have a good question for you. We were talking about this earlier, and then when Matthew joined in, I asked him, and I know you play competitively, so I would actually really like your opinion. It's something I kind of disagreed with Morning on a little bit. How do you feel about gotchas? Like, what to you is a real gotcha in a competitive event? Not like a win at all costs, but just like a friendly competitive event. Not a teaching game, but a competitive event. If I have all my models as WYSIWYG, if I've shown you all my models at the beginning of the game, and then I hand you a paper printed out list of my army, I feel like it's not my business, or the burden is not on me to remind you what my models do. I'll answer truthfully if you ask, but I feel like I don't have to take that extra step, and I shouldn't take that extra step to remind you what they do, because I feel like I'm robbing you of, you know, using tactics. But Russell and Mad Larkin, I would love y'all's opinion, if you don't mind. Oh yeah, no, the IJA. So the IJA were, you know, they took stuff, but the IJN, the Special Naval Enforcement, notorious for stealing anything and everything they get their hands on. So a cool detail about these trucks, you'll notice the medium machine gun is actually mounted over the left side because it's right-hand drive, because presumably whatever country they stole this from was like a former British colony. Same thing here with the Imperial Japanese, the driving was on the right-hand side, so that's why the fuel can's on the passenger side. Yeah, the guy who makes these small Italian trucks, he's no longer in business, but I found someone else who I think makes them similar, but you have to build them yourself. He prints them, but you put them together yourself. And then I found a guy who makes these actual accurate IJA Type 94 Isuzu trucks. And the scale's pretty damn good. Okay. Yeah, I feel that's fair. But it has to be WYSIWYG. What I mean by that is, if you only have one anti-tank team and it's a Piat team, but you say you want to run it as a bazooka, that's fine. I'll ask you, like, hey, just remind me that, please. You know, because you're doing something that's against WYSIWYG. You're doing something that's not what you see is what you get. So I would have to remember, so the least you could do is remind me. I'm okay with that, but if someone has two flamethrower teams and they want to run one flamethrower team as a bazooka team with no model changes to it and one flamethrower team as a flamethrower team, I'm not okay with that. I'm like, no, you have to do something to differentiate between the two. Like I was telling you earlier, take a toothpick or a Q-tip, cut it, paint it green, and just like tape it or sticky tack it to the model. Something to help us remember it's a bazooka team. But yeah, if all your stuff is WYSIWYG and you show me your list and you went over it with me and you handed me a paper copy, then yeah, you don't have to tell me a damn thing. I may ask, like, hey, what's the range of that thing? You know? And that's just to help the game expedite. Yeah, just because I know Morty brought up the example, and I had it happen to me, where I set a unit on ambush, and he had a machine gun. The machine gun was clearly modeled on the unit, you know, and it looks different from all the other soldiers. It's clear that he's a machine gunner, right? And so I had him on ambush, and bolt action, you put I wish I had one next to me. You put a little order dice down, and it says ambush. So it's not like you're hiding them. It says ambush on the die. So one guy like ran right in front. I didn't say anything, and I'm like, all right, well, I'll do ambush. Like, it's fine. It's just a couple of rifles, like, and a light machine gun. And he's like, well, if I knew you had a light machine gun in the squad, you know, I wouldn't have ran in front of you. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, the model's on the table, the dice that says ambush is on the table, and you have the list in your hands. Now, if you ask, be like, hey, is that machine gunner still alive? And be like, yeah, he's alive and he's on ambush. You'd be like, ooh, never mind. I don't mind if you ask. I just don't like the assumption that I need to, outside of a teaching game, that I need to remind you. I think that's weird. But it's not just me. I'm not being a dick. Like, I'd want the same. In that same game, I made a mistake with my tank. And I'm like, oh, okay, you know, we didn't do any takebacks or anything. I was like, no, I made a mistake. That cost me a turn of firing, and that'll help me learn. You know, don't do stupid stuff with your tank. That's how it goes. Like, I'm a narrative player. You guys know I'm super chill. It's just, I thought that was weird, especially with people who play tactically, you know? I'm like, that's... I feel when you take away stuff like ambush, or you take away, like I said, reminding people that a unit has their recon special rule, you know, like, I feel like if you keep having to mention that, it takes away the whole ability. I think it's an unfair comparison, but it's like playing the Gene Stealer cult back in 9th and telling you which one of my blip markers were my real units and which ones weren't. It defeats the whole purpose of being a Gene Stealer, you know? If you have units with recon, if you have units on ambush, and you keep reminding them that they are, you know, without being asked, I feel like that just defeats the purpose of being ambush. Toy Soldier War is hell. I don't know, I'm not sure what I have or spicy take tonight. This is always like kind of bouncing ideas off you guys. If I'm wrong, dude, feel free to let me know. I would love the conversation. Some people feel differently, I get that. Some people play very big and brash and go directly for you. Some people like me, you can tell with my GLA style army, I like being sneaky and using tactics. That's my preferred play style. That's my style, sir. All right, so that truck's good. Now let's get taping this bad boy. Yeah, so if you guys are just joining us, you can see the 20 millimeter AA gun in the back. It's got a leather seat for your comfort, padded for your comfort. Yeah, it's got the big old 20 millimeter sickle mag hanging out the top. You got the wheels for it in the back. You got a spare wheel and water can on the driver's side, and a fuel can on the passenger side, the hot seat. All right. So to show you guys how to do these stripes, all you need is just, I have a dog, so there's a lot of dog hair, but all you need is just blue painter's tape. That's it. That's the whole secret. The secret to the camo scheme is revealed. That's all it is. Yeah, like I would never do a gotcha mechanic. Like if someone made like a serious mistake, like someone's like, hey, I'm gonna bring my tank in from reserves, and then they forget at the end of the thing, I'd be like, hey man, you said you're gonna bring your tank in from reserves. Like I wouldn't be like, oh, you forgot, ha ha ha, lol, hashtag sucks to suck, nerd. I'm not gonna do that. If someone tells me like, hey, I want to bring my tank in from reserve, and they honestly forget to just because we're having a good time, that's different. I'm like, oh bro, hey, don't forget you're gonna bring that thing in, you know? I don't mind that at all. Or if someone's like, hey, that unit or hey, that truck's sitting there, does that thing have recon? I was like, yes, it absolutely does. And like, okay, cool, yeah, let me do something about that. Or like, hey, is that unit on ambush? It's like, yes, it is. Like, you could still be a friendly wargamer and maintain the element of surprise or the element of asymmetrical warfare. So once you have your long strip of blue paint, you literally just start tearing it. So the trick with tearing it is you want to avoid any straight lines. Because the whole reason why we do this, for you guys watching, forgive me for keep repeating myself, because I see the numbers go in and out, so people keep kind of jumping in. Yeah, you're right, HS, a GM would help, especially with sneaky stuff like that, hidden units. But you want to avoid doing too many, like I've done some freehand lines, you can kind of see. But I want to do something that's outside of my control, because when you start freehanding, your brain kind of takes over your left and right brain, and you kind of, alright, take it easy. Russell, have a great day at work, brother, man. Thanks for stopping by, brother, it means a lot. But if you just start painting, your left and right brain will kind of fight each other and just start making these symmetric lines. It's just human nature, right? So what I do is I take this tape and I make sure that I tear it. I want to go back and forth on the tearing, make sure it looks real kind of ragged. I want no straight lines on the tape. The reason being is where we lay that tape, we kind of paint on the outside of it, and that's what kind of gives us the basis for these lines. And we go back over and we kind of thicken the lines, kind of connect them where we want, and add some more. Yeah, great example, Commander, like you're saying, when I was playing Warhammer 40k, I'm sorry, I keep saying Warhammer 40k, when I was playing Conflict 47, I forgot that CQB works differently. So I bonsai charged a fresh squad of 10 cultists that had a medium machine gun with Hitler's buzzsaw roll, a sergeant with a submachine gun, and like 7 rifles. And they hadn't been ordered yet that turn. I'm like, I'm just gonna bonsai charge. I got so lucky because they get to, you know, that was a tactical mistake. It was the best decision, but it was also kind of a mistake. I overestimated how powerful that thing was going to be. And they had the ability to kind of shoot at me twice. Luckily, they failed the first order. So they only got to shoot at me once before I got to connect and kill them. But it was absolutely dangerous. Tiki Flash. That's hilarious. No, I've just been calling it Vine Camo. Like I've been calling it like Vineyard Pattern. But yeah, Tiki Flash works great. I said, I think I could see Italians having it. There's a lot of forces that could have that paint scheme. I think it works great in, you know, beach, maybe not like deep jungle, you know, but I think it would work great in mainland China. It would work great on any beach area, so it works on most islands. It's great for the Mediterranean. You know, I'm talking like Italy, Malta, Crete, all the different Greek islands. I think it would work well in Madagascar and some parts of Africa too, like in the savannah. In the savannah, this game would work really well. So I think for a global operation, especially with a tan uniform and green helmet, I think this camo scheme works for the Imperial Japanese. It's not just mine either. Like I said, I stole it from I got the inspiration from a picture of a A6M0 that had this paint scheme. Usually you see the reverse. A lot of IJN and Snilf had deep green with like tan, with very thin tan lines, almost kind of more like Mad Larkin was saying, using silly putty or sticky tack and kind of painting between those, making like very thin tan lines on a dark green background. You saw a lot of that, particularly in the deep jungles. But I kind of like this look. Alright. So we tore this blue tape right down the middle. We made sure to make it as jagged as we could. Try not to have any straight lines. And then we're gonna see how this is a straight line, so we gotta get rid of this piece too. So when you're tearing, make sure you kind of go in and kind of go out. Make sure you're doing it at like weird intervals, you know. The trick is to avoid any kind of regularity or patterns if you can. You don't want anything to kind of repeat itself or seem too symmetric. The whole point is to kind of confuse the eye. This is kind of hot wiring your brain and cheating the way your symmetrical mind works. There we go. Sorry about the camera. Alright, so here we go. We have this nice long, when you look at it, it's torn and it's jagged on both sides. And it's very, very irregular. Alright, so there we go. There's our first piece of blue tape. There you go, just kind of right down the hood. And splitting up that thing. But our second one, so generally I try and make the vines kind of go from top down, kind of like, that's why I went the whole vineyard term, because it kind of like covers the way the vines work. So that's the only downside on the front of this. I may have to add another. There's not a lot of like green that's kind of coming towards you. You know, you kind of see like tan. So I'll have to add like a little bit of green to that one. Yeah, so as you guys can tell with this paint scheme, it's a good amount of prep time, getting all your tape ready, and then once you get it the way you like, then you do your paint. No, I actually just take the salty grapes and just, you know. act like I salt the grapes when I lose. That's where the grapes go. All right, there we go. There's this one covered. I think we're good to start painting on this one. No, I used to, and I kind of just combined mine together. So, the only real difference is, sorry, I had to stop and think about that question. I use a lot of the similar models and similar stuff. I just swap out like normal war from weird war. Only because a lot of, just like the Imperial Japanese Army and bolt action, there's no real difference between early war, mid war, and late war. There's not a lot of specialization with the Rift Tech. You have special Rift Tech units, but you still have a rifleman to rifleman to rifleman, so I'm able to kind of get away with that. The only thing that's different is my uniform's obviously a little bit different, and my sergeants have samurai helmets. That's really only the huge difference between bolt action and Combat 47, at least for my army. So as long as people aren't upset about my guys having samurai helmets on that are painted green, there isn't anything that's too controversial. So to get the most out of my troops, I blend my bolt action and Conflict 47 armies together. That way I'm getting the most value out of the models I build. When I build a squad of 15 IJA riflemen, I can use them in bolt action or Conflict 47. See what I mean? Now there's some models I can't. For example, in Conflict 47, my Imperial Japanese officers and his adjutant, they can take assault rifles. So I actually had to build some models with assault rifles because it's too advantageous not to take assault rifles, right? There's no reason to take an SMG over an assault rifle if they have the same point cost. So I made two models with assault rifles. I can't run those in, in bolt action. That's kind of a cool idea, HS. I'll think about it. Let me get these guys painted. Whoa. I just lost a little bit of tape. We can replace that real quick. Alright, let me get painting. So I said, yeah, these guys were sprayed in Zendari Dust Primer, and the stripes were just base coat wall flesh. Super easy. So the trick is, so when you're doing it, make sure you get almost like equal paint on both the truck and on the tape. If you just paint on the other side of the tape, I don't know why, I'm not an expert, it just comes out looking wonky. You need to splash the paint on the tape. I guess it kind of like, I think what it does, it kind of adds to that broken line a little bit more, you know? The other hard part is to do with like tape kind of falling off while you're painting. And you guys seen a lot of times your lines kind of come out broken. And that's fine, you just go back and kind of reconnect them. It's actually really cool, just. If that was the book, I'd read it. That movie is so good. It's one of those movies that it surprised me. I thought it would just be like a little like kind of dumb action flick, but it was actually such a damn good movie. I really enjoyed that movie. Bulletproof Monk. It's one of those movies that's like, it's better than it had to be, you know? I think it was Jet Li. It may or may not have been. I'm actually really bad about knowing and remembering actors or actresses. I can remember characters. For some reason, I just blank on the actual name of actors and actresses. It could be any kind of film. All right, there's the. Let me turn on the light. All right, there's the rough outlines for our lines for this truck. That line came out kind of thick, but it's all right. So these are just our rough lines. We kind of go back and play with them and kind of connect them how we want and add to them if need be. Alright, there's our roof connected and fixed. Alright, there's our first door line kind of connected. Flyer. That's pretty good. That's kind of cool how that triple thing kind of came out right there. The triple fender. It's kind of neat. Oh, your mom ended up liking blue steel? It's derelict. How about you derelict my balls? Nice. Alright, so yeah, every now and then you gotta freehand a few lines, but it's not a big deal. So there's the passenger side. It looks like from the top. Driver's side. Top. It's subtle. It's a very, very, very subtle camouflage, but it works. I think when you start having like kind of troops running next to it, especially in that same paint scheme, I think it really works. So once you get the windows done and all the other accoutrements, it finally that kind of ties it all together. Oh, Commander, it's great, man. You gotta see it. It's pretty good. Alright, let me clean up my blue tape and then we'll start, probably working on the lights and maybe the star. Tropic Thunder. So the first time I saw it, I didn't really like, I don't know, I think I was just like in a bad mood. I didn't really get the humor. I wanted to be somewhere else, you know, so I wasn't really paying attention. The second and third time I watched that movie, it really grew on me. Tropic Thunder's got some seriously great one-liners. To this day, though, I'll always say my favorite comedy movie, even above Super Troopers, has got to be Grandma's Boy. Euro Trip is a close second, but Grandma's Boy, like pound for pound, you know, line for line as far as like running time and jokes and laughing. I think Grandma's Boy is probably one of the best ones. Absolute classic. I think Zoolander was good, but I think Dodgeball was superior. There's nothing wrong with Zoolander, but it just, I don't know, it makes me just want to watch Dodgeball, and I really like Dodgeball. Drive, monkey, drive! I'm way too big to drive to the devil's house. So it's funny, all these background songs you hear, they actually all have titles. I was trying to come up with like very, you know, on topic, you know, Tiki style naming for them. Some are like just named after funny tropical or Japanese Imperial Japanese military themed things. But one of them that sounds like a chase music is literally called oh no, one of them is called Yeah, Monkey Karate Chop the Elephant, you know, directly from the movie. Yeah, if you've never seen Grandma's Boy, oof, you owe it to yourself to sit down. And this is like video games back in the heyday. I'm talking like this is right after Halo 2, before Halo 3, so it's like right on there. Yeah, it is an absolute classic for humor. Yeah, Overlord's a good, Overlord's basically, if you like Resident Evil, that's exactly what Overlord is, just set in World War II. Road Trip is good. I think, Euro Trip is superior to Road Trip. Euro Trip's phenomenal. Euro Trip is damn good. It's like Road Trip, Euro Trip, and Beer Fest are all kind of similar, and I pick Euro Trip out of that trifecta. Just like another funny movie that was way better than it had any right to be, if you like comedies, is Dukes of Hazzard, the one with Johnny Knoxville and what's his name in it? Ah, those two are hilarious together. It's probably one of my favorite comedy duos. I can't think of the other guy's name. Scott something. But it's Johnny Knoxville and that guy. Oh man. He was in Role Models with Paul Rudd. Yeah. Oh, here's a fun fact. You made out with your sister. The German truck driver? Yeah, I stabbed a hooker and died, back in Berlin. He's like, oh, Berlin, I know Berlin. Are you taking us to Berlin? It's like, yeah, I will never go back to Berlin. Hey, guys, get in. He's going to Berlin. Yeah. Oh yeah, Hot Fuzz is probably my favorite. Shaun of the Dead is good, but same thing. Hot Fuzz I think is the superior one. Hot Fuzz is phenomenal if you've never seen it. So I think Hot Fuzz does the dry British wit style humor a little bit better than Shaun of the Dead. Shaun of the Dead was kind of more global. That makes sense. It had more like humor that worked for everybody, where I felt like Hot Fuzz a little bit more stereotypical British dry humor. We are a simple Dutch bakery, now put on your clothes, white boy. Dude, it took me forever to realize that chick at Club Vandersext was Lucy Lawless, Xena. It wasn't until like the 5th time I watched that movie, I'm like, holy shit, that's Xena. And have you ever seen the show Justified? The funny guy from Eurotrip who has the phone, who gets, what happened to him at Club Vandersex. He's actually the sniper on the Marshals team on Justified. It's the same guy. It took me a while to realize that too. See, I'm telling you, yeah, Eurotrip, Grandma's Boy, Tropic Thunder, man, these are just great movies with solid one-liners in there. But I feel like nobody had as much fun as Tom Cruise did in Tropic Thunder. I felt like he had an absolute blast playing that role. Alright, well, it actually looks like we did some progress tonight. Bonsai Boys and Surf Ninjas. We got the paint scheme on the trucks. Now I just got to go back. Like I said, the grill's done. Everything's just about done. We just got to do the windshields and the windshield wipers. And then they're, for all intents and purposes, done. Yeah, I can't believe no one got an award for, like, costuming and makeup for Tropic Thunder. For what they did for Robert Downey Jr. and for Tom Cruise, I mean, they're almost indistinguishable. So well done. No, that's just the light truck. It says like that. There's another truck just like that, but it's packed away with my army. I have 2 light trucks like this with medium machine guns, and I now have 2 AA trucks. I'm gonna build a 3rd AA truck. It's just gonna look just like the other ones. Very simple. What you see is what you get. Ooh, alright, into the poll. It was a good one. It was a good one. It seems like people like the Sonic take. People like the Type 97 Chihai Shinto with a compression cannon. But it looks like US Heavy Infantry won, so that'll be our short coming up on Wednesday. No. So in Evolution Gaming, as far as what I've read, and it's just what I've read, so I don't know how accurate it is. From what I've read of Imperial Japanese training and tactics, they did not use a lot of lights. So they use spotlights for like AA stuff, I guess, kind of. So you can kind of argue that. But as far as like transporting troops for like reconnaissance, because remember, these trucks are going to be in my reconnaissance platoon, so they're kind of more sneaky beaky layout. The Imperial Japanese did a lot of night fighting, and to develop their natural night vision, you know, didn't use a lot of flares and stuff like that, so no, they really wouldn't drive around with a light on their truck. Yeah, I prefer to say recon platoon. I think in the book it's spelled and pronounced differently, but I always go with reconnaissance or recon platoon. All right. Well, it's funny because I'm actually, you know, from my background, I'm used to. Oh, I see you're saying recon platoon. Oh, okay, I get it. Light truck spotlight. Okay, fair enough. I get it. I'm sorry. I was a little tired. That joke went right over my head. I apologize. Well done, Evolution Gaming. You got one on me. That one went right over my head. Oh, man. But yeah, no, I'm actually used to calling them elements and not platoons. You know, just like squadrons instead of companies. But recondo, yep. There's an old term. I have not heard that term in a long time. Recondo. We should bring it back. No, I think the joke was good. I think I was just dumb. Maybe we should bring back Recondo instead of Recon. We'll see. Yeah, Recon almost sounds like too modern age tactical, so I think maybe we may go back and use the Recondo term. I like it. Takes me back to like G.I. Joe style. But ultimately, I'm pretty happy with the progress we've done. Like I said, we started on the wheels, we got the hubcaps, we got the water can and the fuel can, we got the lights done, we got the grill done, and we got the paint scheme done. So, yeah, Recondo will always be a G.I. Joe to me. Yeah, he was thinking the same thing, yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah, like I said, it's not the most intricate paint. I mean, it's better than, you know, like having just one color, I think. I think it works for a lot of different situations. I think it works well with the Imperial Japanese Army uniform of like tan uniform with the green top, you know? And it's easy to replicate. It's different every time. And I don't know. It kind of works. I appreciate the compliment. The trick is I'm not sure if I'm going to do my planes in that color. I have some 28mm GB aircraft for the Imperial Japanese. I think I may do them in the same paint scheme. That might be kind of cool. So we'll figure out what we want to do. Yeah, you know, subtle dig at MG's ho-ha. It wouldn't be a fun stream without making fun of his one-colored ho-ha. So there's nothing wrong with MG Morning Glory's ho-ha. And he's painted a lot of the different items on the ho-ha, like the benches and the gear and the boxes. It looks cool. The only issue is he went with his standard Zandari dust with a wash of Seraphim Sephia or whatever it is. So, and it looks great. It looks really good. The problem is it matches exactly with his 8th Army Desert Rats. So it literally just looks like a bunch of desert rats found the one Japanese patrol, Imperial Japanese patrol in the desert and jacked their fucking ride. Anyways, so it always cracks me up when I see it. But I appreciate you guys joining me this weekend. I think we got a lot done. You guys picked a short that's coming out this Wednesday, so I'm pretty excited for that. We've almost completely finished the AA trucks. I'll probably go ahead and finish the AA trucks on my own. It's just the windshield and some other small things I gotta fix. So that'll be the 2 trucks down from our big old vow we made for the Penal Legion. But if you guys are headed off to sleep, I hope you get the sleep that you deserve. I hope you get good rest. I hope you sleep in. If you guys are headed off to work, or if you're at work, man, I hope you have a great day at work. I hope it's chill. I hope it's relaxing. Hoping nothing crazy happens. And as always, I hope you guys stay safe, stay hydrated. Don't forget to relax today, because you're on Tiki time.
Smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost park by Tiki lights, shadow dance in tropic nights. Sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons. Forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude soap. Imperial dreams fade in sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days. Sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard ebb and flow. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons. Forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Jeeps and hula shoes, tiki trains set monster moves. Forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands.